listening, we're existing.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're returning to you with the proving grounds of the Luxe Invitational coming at us. We are joined by Zane, the amazing producer, observer, caster. He's doing it all. He's doing everything you could possibly ask for, and he's getting ready for a phenomenal game between Vulcan Rising and Barricade.
Yep, I am doing everything for the game one at least, and I don't know about the future, but hopefully, maybe I'll get to see through the entire series. And no matter what, even if I'm not doing one of the things, I still get to see through the entire series. This is the proving grounds, and finally, we're gonna be seeing a best of three. Finally, getting closer to those final days of Luxe series, where we can actually start saying, "Hey, Cherry, these are the top teams. Hey, Cherry, these are teams I think are gonna be winning the prize pool, are going closer and closer to those championship stages as we head on to this particular series right now between the Barricade versus Vulcan Rising, which we saw previously before when we cast it together on Luxe. We saw Vulcan Rising play, so we're happy to see that we're going to be seeing them play again and again. And this time around, a different kind of matchup is going to be there, as we're going to be taking a quick look into the map pool real quick. But any guesses on what kind of maps we're going to be playing today?
Yeah, with the updated map pool coming in to play, I'm not totally sure if maps like Split and Pearl are still in the map pool here, but I mean, it would be interesting to see if Sunset would get picked up, just due to the fact that there's a lot of changes to it. As we know, the meta has slightly shifted, most likely, to no longer planting on being then running all the way back to main. It's now going to most likely be a little bit more of a stay on site and try and defend from there, since there's a little bit more of a position to do so. However,
Mm-hmm.
that's not guaranteed that we'll even see that, because who knows? Anything is possible. I will say,
Anything is
though, I
possible.
mean, definitely would be a surprise to see something like Icebox come out if that is still in the map
Hey,
pool. But
there we go. Let me make you happy. There we go. We have it. We have it, right? You got your sunset that you were hoping for. We do have a sunset on the second pick. It's going to be a VR's map, a Vulcan Rising. So the team that we previously watched, they're going to be the ones making you happy. And we have a sunset pick from them. But we're going to be starting out on Haven first map, though. That's going to be the Barricades pick, and VR is going to be starting on attack on that one. And then if we go to a decider, that is going to be a bind. Now, Heaven and Bind, old school map, but Sunset is something that I think me and you both are going to be excited for.
yeah, Sunset is definitely an interesting pick. Obviously, it isn't that on the overlay, but it's, we are going to be going to Haven. A Haven map is definitely something that we did see Vulcan Rising play in the past. They have been able to prove that they can play it, but we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to prove that they have the potential to beat a team like Barricade on this map, go on to Sunset, win that one, or potentially move all the way on to bind in map number 3 here.
Yeah, we're gonna find out about that just a little bit later, as we first head into the game, into the agent select, to find out what is going to be, who are we going to be seeing on the Haven here, as we have the teams starting their picks already, and we see the breaches come out immediately. Breach is the ground for Heaven. I mean, Heaven is the ground for breaches. Sorry, I went a bit wrong there. We see a Neon coming up, which is not, I'm surprised, because Neon's been getting played quite a lot. I think we're gonna be almost seeing a mirror comp here, except that Sova, which is interesting. Actually, never mind. They picked the Sova, so it is going to be a mirror comp.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised if we saw Kazuto move over towards the Astra, because I think this is definitely Astra's best map, and as we saw with the 5-star buff, it is a possibility to see it, but it isn't a phenomenal pick into a composition where you already have that Breach and Sova to clear out different angles. So I kind of have to agree that the Omen most likely going to be locked in here for Barricade, but we can't get our hopes up just yet that we'll see at least a little bit of difference. But I do agree that Sova, it's a very strong pick on this map, especially when it comes to retaking the A site. You put a dart on there, it's very difficult to break it. especially when you put it in those very vertically challenged positions. You go very high, you could even go very long and just hit it on the other side of the site and then make your retake from there, because they're going to have to look around to be able to find that dart and to be able to find their way on to just like a good position in the round. So I mean, I like these comps a lot. I'm just gonna say it. Like this might be backfiring on some team if they can't have enough flashes and enough potential to execute, since you really only have the paranoia and 2 flashpoints from the breach. But I mean, both teams, they're looking to come into this kicking their way in with both these neons being picked up. It's a little bit interesting since, you know, Jet is still a pretty common pick, but none of them are going to be opting in for that. And still, we're seeing a pretty aggressive stance towards the A site already.
I think, yeah, that is going to be the case. We see that the Sova on the A side is ready out with that recon bolt. This might be something really, really interesting, because we're going to see a really quick fight coming out at the very beginning of the round, perhaps, but a counter dart comes in straight at the long, and they're going to be waiting it out. Just going to capture the orb and go back to the side. Hey, you know, get it for free, not give it to the enemies, right?
Aggressive push is starting to come out onto the A site here. The neon on the side of Barricade, a little bit aggressive. Will they be called out? That's the question. But immediately your smoke's coming through. There's the flashpoint, going to be able to dodge away. Curve able to get the first kill. There's going to be the flash as well. Curve going on for a second. Speed Demon trying to collect anything, but it's not going to happen. It's all done. Speed Demon able to find their first, but Vitality able to close it out with a shot to the head. A nice headshot's going to get them to kick off, but it's not kicking off for much with Barricade cleaning up the pistol round.
A pretty great start coming out for the side of Barricade here, as they seem like pretty good in shape, like the positioning, the way they reacted and rotated. It is very important for them to react this faster in Haven, right? Because Haven has 3 sides, true, A, B, C, but it is the smallest map to have 3 sides in it, so it is pretty easy for them to react in time. And I like how they got the information as soon as they heard that, okay, the enemies are coming, Vulcan Rising are all making their way towards the A side. Everybody just rotated in, and they just traded each other perfectly, which got them the pistol round. And once you win the pistol round, you win 1 or 2 extra rounds after that, and which is something that we're gonna see, because it's gonna be complete full eco from the side of Vulcan Rising. They didn't even go for a single sheriff or anything at all.
They did pick up some utility though, and that utility definitely could be enough to secure 1 or maybe even 2 kills. And as we saw, some players in this lobby were really proficient with these classics in the pistol round. But High Rise going to try and find the first, unable to pick up a gun off of that due to some players lurking around in the C site. But Richie getting called out by the dart. There's going to be Influence, able to find the trade, equalizing the round with the Bulldog. Restless moving over towards Garage. Cam comes out, getting destroyed immediately by Vitality. But they go in aggressive. They want this play. And with the Sova to back them up, they're looking to cause some pressure. 56 HP. No more shots in the Guardian. Vitality able to pick up the kill, but Kerf is going to sweep everything right on up. And it's a 3K from Kerf and a final kill from Influence to close out the round and take this second.
What a beautiful round coming in from the side of Vulcan Rising. You gotta give it out to them. Just straight pistols, and with some utilities, they were able to open up a side, get a plant, and even almost look like they almost made it to the round. They only had classics. If they were able to maybe secure a few guns on that round, maybe they could have secured the round. But I have to say, even though that round was won by Barricade, the game, the way they played that round seemed a little sloppy. They had the guns, they had the advantage, but they weren't able to utilize that advantage. They were just not cautious enough. Somebody just walked in through Garage and got a kill on them.
We do see the overdrive available and ready. Coming on a line, there's going to be the fall line, not going to be capitalized upon, but the time is good. Curve going to need to play aggressive, but it's going to be capitalized. There's the first from Koma, able to shut down that ultimate, put it back on 0 ult points remaining. Kazuto able to trade it out though with a sheriff in hand, making that trade is going to be really nice because now you have very little information gathering from Vulcan Rising and Barricade. They still have everyone needed for a retake. Their only lost player is their duelist, and that's not going to make too much of a difference when the site has already been completely capitalized upon.
Yeah, the site is completely empty, and now they have to do a retake. They do have the even numbers here, but do they have the guns? Because Restless is without any guns. He only has a sheriff in his hands. But we know how sheriff can be utilized, and we know how sheriffs can be useful. If they get the perfect angle, if they get the perfect shot, then that's one bullet all they need. Trying to take the entry onto the site right now. Left with 3 people, but they have the utilities to hold this down. The clock is ticking. They have to make it. They have to make it fast. They don't have much time to play with. Sev taking out another one, and it looks like it is going to be another round in the favor of Barricade. And somehow they're just securing these rounds. It feels like the way they're playing is just after they're letting it happen. They're letting every time, every single round. If you notice, Cherry, all 3 rounds. It was Vulcan Rising entering the site, planting the spike, and after that, it was a retake from the side of Barricade. And they have been all successful retakes.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Vulcan Rising, they are playing well. They're able to hit the sites. They're able to look decent coming into these rounds. However, when it comes to the retake, we just see Barricade, and especially their Omen and Cypher, able to find so much value playing just 4 picks, and they are able to just capitalize on literally everything that's brought into their path. So Vulcan Rising, they need to switch up the gameplay, and it looks like their plan to do this is going to be hitting towards the B site here. Fast lane comes through. There's going to be some more information to gather up. Understand the fact that this site is completely empty. And now Richie playing aggressive into A link here. Going to be revealed by the recon dart. And Odin in hand to break down the forces of Vulcan Rising.
This Odin is going to be very powerful. We know how massive an Odin is in this round and in this particular map, and it's going to be just utilized perfectly. Again, same thing. A successful retake coming in from the side of Barricade. It feels like at this point Barricade are just not even barricading their side. They're like, okay, here's the gate, open, enter, and then we're gonna attack you from inside. And that's what's happening every single round. Well played by Barricade. Vulcan Rising still yet to find a single round in this match. This time they're gonna go with a full buy. So they have all Vandals in hands, 1 Phantom, and then they're gonna possibly go with full shield and perhaps all utility as well. And maybe for the first time ever in this game, Cherry, we're gonna see a complete round with everybody having a gun in their hand with complete utility. So full-on clash and see and determine who is actually gonna be taking the round now.
Immediately here, Fault Line comes through, going to force this Sova to play a little bit more safe and not really going for any aggressive positioning. But Richie collecting this site information, understanding nobody's even in anywhere, but they still have to deal with short. However, with 2 people sitting right on the top, without skipping a beat, they're going to go and instantly plant this spike, and Kazuto able to find the first on the flank. Oh, Vulcan Rising, they got the site, but how much is it worth? There's the fast line coming in immediately here. Sun comes through. There's going to be influence coming in. The Rolling Thunder is here right as well. Koma able to find 2, but 2 is all they're going to get with Kazuta right back in play, and Barricade finds their 5th.
And again, a pretty nice retake coming in there from the side of Barricade, just smoothly entering the sun. And it's always 3 people. It's always 3 people alive when they take out this retake these sites. And it feels like Barricade are just writing the story on their own. It's just very nice how they're playing on defense. Now, I want to ask you a question, Cherry. What kind of map do you think Haven is? Do you think it's an attacker-sided map? Do you think it's a defender-sided map? Why? Why do you think that?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. In my experience playing this map, it usually does tend to be more attack-sided due to how easy the executes can be. But as we know, with the retake potential that you especially get with a Breach and Sova, it doesn't matter how easy you can attack the site. With how much you can defend, it's what matters. Kazuta's finally won, but Sev's able to trade it out, getting that early pick. However, influence is going to be able to bring even more value to the team. High Rise going to find out Restless, making that kill their own influence. However, will they be detecting this next one? No, they will not. Vitality equalizing the scoreline. Hunter's Fury comes out. Owl Drone to detect some site information. But Coma, will they be found out by the drone? That's a real question. The answer seems to be no, which could lead this side of Barricade to potentially falter and make a misplay, allowing Coma to be able to find a kill. However, they do seem to be playing very defensive here, but the melee's out. The melee, and there's the first, but they're not going to realize that the second's right there. Speed Demon playing a little bit safe, not sprinting over towards the A site here, but 2 people remaining is all they need to worry about. They still have the dart, and they still have the shock dart.
I was kind of worried there when, Breach left the Sova all by himself over there on the side. I thought like, okay, there's a 2v1. 2v2 are like really good odds, but a 2v1 is even better. Now, this is a great play I like coming in from the side of Speed Demon, but he almost could make it because the counterplay was more amazing. I like the way that he used the dart to get the defuse done and get the information so he knows when they're gonna be coming towards him. But then again, I like the breach charge there and just completely forcing him out of the corner. They know that he's gonna be stuffing in that corner to survive himself, and that did not work in his favor at all. And with that said, Vulcan Rising are going to be able to secure their very first round on this first map. On Haven. Now you gotta remember, Cherry, this is a map picked by Barricade, so they're doing absolutely amazing on their side. Maybe when we see a side switch, when we see Barricade going onto attacking side and perhaps Vulcan Rising on the defense side, do you think we're gonna see a change of pace here?
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's impossible. I think that changing of pace is something that happens a lot in this game. However, if they can't start losing some rounds, then Barricade, this is also a game that snowballs very easily. So if they can take up 9, even 10 rounds, then Vulcan Rising might just lose the game. Because coming back from a 9-3 deficit is, I mean, it's a widespread joke that it's very easy. But at the same time, you have to have a lot of mental fortitude. And it all starts at that pistol. So there's 2 things you gotta do here. You gotta start taking more rounds, and you gotta start winning pistols. It's a 4v4 situation, but I do really like this play of completely walking off the site in case the Rolling Thunder comes in. However, Barricade has a completely different plan in mind, and they're gonna run it down onto the main part of the site here. First, we see the Neon sliding right on top. Carpaper gets 2 on the round. Flashpoint comes in, gets both of them, but Influence is able to clear it all out and sweeping away Vulcan Rising.
That was a very, very, very cool play coming in from the side of Barricade. I love the way that they retook this side. Vulcan Rising, they did absolutely amazing, knowing that they have to face off against the Rolling Thunder, so they did not stick to the side. They left the side, but somebody should have stuck back. Somebody should have stayed in the side to get those information, to at least cause some time menace and to play those information. All 4 of them went to long. All 4 of them went to C long, which kind of, just they all just got victim of Rolling Thunder at the end, and it did not help them out at all. Yeah, they were thinking ahead of time, but the thought didn't really count in that point, and that is going to be a pretty nicely secured round for the side of Barricade. And I love the way they're retaking, man. I have to take some retaking notes from this game from their side, because the way they're doing it is absolutely art.
Yeah, and it all starts with the work, because they put Vulcan Rising in a situation where they're able to take the site, but they lose a player while doing that. And that causes a 4v5 situation, which that alone is very difficult to come off of, let alone the fact that you still have to deal with all the utility. Like right now, we see Paranoia coming out, Restless able to find 2. There's going to be a counter Paranoia, which is going to give Sev some really nice shots here. But that's all they're getting, some nice shots, because Barricade, they're going to come in right away from the flank, and without skipping a beat, take the 7th round and start taking even more of this half.
And there goes just another round in the favor of Barricade, and this is a very much needed tactical timeout there from the side of Vulcan Rising, because they've been losing rounds left and right, and they need to figure out why. And I feel like they're executing the sites okay, but they need to work on their after plan situations. They need to work on their after planned positionings. And Cherry, no matter what people say, yeah, you plan spike if the spike is defended well, or if you don't let the enemies plan the spike, which is the main objective of the game, right? But in the end, you have to stay alive to do those. And I think that's where most of the problem lies within Vulcan Rising, because they're doing what the objective should have been done. Yeah, plant the spike. But after planting the spike, the objective is to defend the spike, which they're not able to do. Why? Because they're losing these gunfights. They're losing these pickoffs. If you look at one-on-ones, everybody from the side of Barricade is just winning the gunfights. And
Yeah,
Vulcan
and
Rising
something else that really just supports that claim of yours is the fact that 5 of Barricade's 7 rounds have been won by defusing the spike. So it really does go to show how well they can play the retake here. And Vulcan Rising, I mean, they don't have like a terrible economy coming into this. They also have 2 ultimates that they can pull out if they so do choose. We're going to be seeing the dart broken, giving a little bit of some ideas in the side of Barricade's thoughts that they could potentially be heading towards A. However, that's going to be completely a misread if they do end up going for it. With the fast lane coming out, smokes as well, dart incoming. Oh, and there's going to be someone walking right into the smoke. We'll see if they get called out here, but it does seem like that. I mean, Barricade, they do need to be playing phenomenal retake here.
Oh. Actually, that is not good. That is not good. Barricade, they're just sandwiching them at this point. Like, from everywhere. You saw how they came in? Like, the moment Vulcan Rising went inside B, that was their death march. They just went in, and everybody from all corners, Barricade, from the flank, from the left, from the right, everywhere. And I feel like that neon overdrive onto Richie wasn't able to get anything out. If that overdrive was able to secure at least 1 or 2 frags, then that would have made the run very easier. Richie, if you look at him, he was playing absolutely out of the mind the other day, but now he's sitting at the bottom frag with 0 kills after playing 9 rounds. And that's your duelist.
In that situation, I don't even totally blame Richie, because they walked into quite literally the worst player possible to walk into, the one with the Odin. So
yeah.
Your speed and momentum just does nothing against that. But instantly, we see some aggression towards the A side here. Neon pushing up aggressive. Richie able to find their first kill of the game. They heard you talking, and they made their changes. But that's all they're going to be doing. With 1 kill, 1 death is going to be traded out. And now Barricade, they just need to stabilize. They need to play their game, and they're going to be absolutely fine here. But with them not going off the site, it does seem like that might be a little bit of a misplay to not go to play retake. 2v4 situation. Can Barricade do it?
They have both of their ultimates ready. I mean, it is a possible, because they have 1 guy on flank and 1 guy going in from the front. So this is something that I really like, that you should be attacking from every single corner that is possible. But they need some kind of information, and that for them to find that information, this Cypher needs to go in and find that ultimate, which is something that I don't think is going to be possible, because his flank just died the other half, and there's not much time to work with. So he's probably going to go for some exit frags. He has more than enough money, so even if he dies here, getting those exit frags is fine, but he's not going to be able to find one, and that is going to be him going down, and Vitali is going to be able to pick up that round, and Vulcan Rising picks up their 2nd round. Now, the 9-3 is something you were talking about earlier. I think we're going to see that. I'm not sure how you predicted that, even without playing any single round. I think because you said it even before the game started, but yeah.
No, I said it like, I think like 5-0, 6-0 or something.
I think it was 4-0, I think.
Oh, 4-0? Yeah, it was something like that, where it did seem like Vulcan Rising might potentially be able to snowball out of control with Barricade just absolutely plowing them down. But we'll see. I mean, Vulcan Rising, you still have 2 rounds left. You can definitely make this manageable if you're able to take these next 2. And I'm going to say right now, I think that making this manageable is something that they can do very easily here. With a Neon who has, started to pick up the pace, able to find the first blood in the previous round, it looked pretty good, putting the side of Barricade in a little bit of a desperate position, leaving them with only a 1v4 to play out. And especially now when they have their ultimate economy pretty much flourishing with the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury, two of the strongest ultimates in the game. And along with that, they do the Neural Theft as well, which can really help playing and kind of just like putting a little bit of pressure on Barricade when they try and retake. If you can get that down, you can have a good position. One of the reasons I don't think that Barricade did well in that last round, though, is because they left 2 players on site. I think they needed to get off, since, as we've seen, Barricade, they just play so well on their retake. But instantly here, a little bit of aggression coming in from grass from the defenders. However, the attackers, they're going to completely diverge away from this and instead opt in for a complete A push here. with the Rolling Thunder come through, it's not a bad idea, but in practice, it's not going to find any real value. But the Hunter's Fury will, finding a little bit, but not actually going to get anything. And now, Influence, will they be able to find the next? No, they will not. And Vulcan Rising, they're going to make this manageable.
Yes, a very nice execution coming in from the side of Vulcan Rising. Once again, a very nice prediction coming in from the side of, you got to give it out to them for Barricade as well, but they're not able to get anything out of those information. They managed to dodge the rolling thunder, but at what cost? Because they're not able to find any frags. One guy was in flank, but this time around, Barricade, those flanks are not going to be working in their favors anymore because Vulcan Rising are well aware of that. But all of a sudden, everybody started dying here and there. And now it is going to be a 1v1 situation. The Hunter's Fury is available, so Hunter's Fury is going to be kept still. The enemy revealed here, and Hunter's Fury is going to be completely used, but Restless is not only finding the kill. Kuma somehow manages to finish that off and pick up the kill anyways. And that is going to be the third round in the favor of Vulcan Rising. Look how the ties have turned.
Barricade did that? Dude. They went from a 2v5 to a 1v1 situation. How do you let that happen? I mean, I don't even think they had any chance of winning this round, Barricade, since the spike was completely... It's been down for like, what, 14 seconds at that point or something like that? And yeah. Vulcan Rising, they had the Hunter's Fury available. They just completely played everything right. They were able to find their picks early on, and it just looked good. And now Vulcan Rising, they're going to want to do this again, but this Heaven player has been spotted out. But it looks very bad for Barricade. They have to worry about so much. Richie able to find the first. There's going to be Influence getting the trade speed demon going for more. You know, we saw the Vulcan Rising from the shadows come out, but it wasn't enough. 2 players on the flank, however. There's the first, able to find 2 in Kazuta. Going to find the last with the help of Restless to completely shut down the final bit of this half.
Oh, look at that. Cherry predicting perfectly precisely. Cherry the Oracle here today, predicting that 9-3 scoreline even before, you know, any kind of layout was laid out. I don't even know. At 4-0, I'd be like, okay, yeah, it's 4 rounds without any buys. It's just pistol round effect from that, you know, economy problem. Maybe when this thing stabilizes, we might see a 5-5. We might even go 6-6. But it was perfect prediction for Cherry. He knows everything, you know. He knows if somebody wins 4 rounds, it is going to be turned out to 9-3. So that's something. No curses involved, right, Cherry?
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like the majority of games that I've casted, at least for like proving grounds, in the past like week or so, they've all been 9-3s. It's the weirdest thing ever. So at this point, I'm just used to it. And then we're gonna probably see like Vulcan Rising take pistol, Barricade take a bonus. You know, it's gonna be ending up in like what would that be, like 10 to 5 situation. Like, this is just how Valorant goes sometimes, and it's like, there's not much we can do about it. It's not the most like fun game to watch, but you know what? It's the game we're gonna be watching. And Vulcan Rising, I'm gonna say it right now, I still think they have a massive chance to come back in this. But a problem that we do see is nobody really able to play the flank very well here, since we do see the Cypher on that C flank. Since when you go towards A, something that we did see Vulcan Rising doing pretty well on their attacking side was being able to execute B or A, sorry, and they were able to shut down flanks very easily from the side of Vulcan Rising. But nobody's going to be able to go for a flank from this Vulcan Rising squad on their defensive side here, which is really going to cause some problems for them when it comes to really being able to open up this site.
Yeah, it is going to be trouble, but it looks like they're going to enter the site with all full force because they're bringing out everybody and they're bringing out all the big guns, and now they're ready to go inside the site, but they're going to face a lot of trouble here because all the utilities are available from the enemy side as well. Richie is going to be able to find 1 kill straight off the bat, but it looks like it's Gall going hell breaking loose over there, but it's not going to go in the favor of Vulcan Rising as they just lose bodies left and right, and a lot of things happen, and it happened in the favor of Barricade there.
Reckless on for 4 during that round, able to find so much value on this Cypher pickup, and Barricade taking the pistol around in absolutely dominant fashion. Vulcan Rising trying to get out of CT, not going to make it one step further, and Barricade, they have this win on the pistol round. Will they be able to snowball this even further than necessary? But with only 3 rounds required to win this matchup, at least for the first map, they still do have to go on to Sunset. But the aggressive pushes are coming in here. Richie playing aggressive, but the location gets revealed and running right into a judge. It's not going to look great, and Kerf keeps on mowing them all down. Going to finally get shut down, and there's still a 3v2 situation in play. Aftershock comes through. Not heard just yet, but Restless is going to find them out just in the nick of time. And Restless pushing on right through the smoke, able to pop out and find the last and find the 11th round.
Wow. The aggression coming in from the side of Barricade is just too much to handle. This is my first time watching Barricade play, and my oh my, aren't they giving us one hell of a show there? And the way they executed the site was completely perfect, and the way that Neon entered the site was absolutely amazing. I'm a huge fan of Neons with the judge in hands. It's as annoying as it gets, but at the same time, you know, you get for the eyes, it's like a candy to the eyes, and the way he did that was absolutely amazing. This time, another A execution perhaps we're going to see, and another judge play from this Neon. Maybe a few bodies are going to be thrown in his way, because we see Kuma's on top of him, but he's going to be able to get out of there right at the nick of the time.
There's Kazuta, able to find 2, Sev able to somewhat equalize it, make it a little bit closer on the scoreline here, but Kerf is just running right on by. It influences, able to close out the kill. Vulcan rising. They're getting hit by the neural theft here. Sev at 10 HP, Kerf at 28. Little bit, almost triple the HP line, but a judge to the face can end that so quickly, and Kazuta is gonna end it out with a 4K. Barricade absolutely dominating and putting themselves on match point.
Yeah, Kazuto has been popping off really well, and if I'm not wrong, I know the name Kazuto because I've seen him play. I'm not sure if that's the same Kazuto, but I've seen a Kazuto play, a race player Kazuto actually, who's absolutely an abomination on race. I'm not sure if that's the same person, but if it is, then I don't doubt this guy's plays, because the way I've seen him play race is absolutely out of the world. You could say it's at the top level, you know. Top level great stuff we see, but maybe that's it. Maybe we'll find out on the next map in Sunset where if we are able to see. Oh my god, what just happened?
Yeah, I mean, this is just an absolute domination. Influence finally going to be called out, equalizing the round here. High Rise going to be able to take that kill. TP comes through, and Restless playing a little bit too restless. A little bit of pun there, but Vitali getting pinched right in between two players. Will they even know? That's the question. Kaza keeping right on by, going to be called out by Vitali, and Vitali going to try and stick on this bomb, but the operator in hand not going to be able to hit the shot, and the connection is not there, and Vulcan Rising takes their fourth, putting themselves a little bit closer to reaching some sort of dignifying end.
Ay. It looks like it looked like over almost, but a bit of scattered play coming in from the side of Barricade. I guess they just you know, wanted to split up, try to play this round as a flex type of round, but it did not work in their favor. But it doesn't matter. They have the economy still in their favor, and if we look at the economy from the side of defenders, from the side of Vulcan Rising, it doesn't really look good. But actually, never mind. I take that back. They don't really have the best economy. They have one Stinger on their hand. And I think they're going to go with the Overdrive onto Turf here, who's going to be popping it off real soon. Goes in, but he's already down to 26 HP. I'm not sure how effective that Overdrive is going to be, but it doesn't matter. He already entered into the site and secured the site in their favor, and they're going to possibly get the plant as well. So they're in, and that's what matters.
And again, all 5 people stuck right in the same location. Kerf able to find the first. There's Sev through the wall, and Sev is able to find 2. Barricade put in the 3v3 situation. Paranoia comes onto site. There's the flood right on out, but there's no smokes remaining for Barricade, while Vulcan Rising has their own available. Hunter's Fury comes through. There's going to be that fault line coming into play. Going to at least a little bit cancel out speed him, but the defuse keeps on going, and it's going to be a clutch in a phenomenal fashion, able to close it out despite Barricade winning with 3 players remaining. They could not close out the round with Vulcan Rising, and especially that Omen just being the MVP of that round for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that Hunter Fury was popped off a bit too early, I believe, and could have held up until, they at least went into the side and tried to go for the defuse. And I think there was a bit of a miscommunication from the side of Barricade as well. They didn't know exactly where the spike was planted. I saw multiple pings. I saw at least 3 pings out there, and they did not exactly were able to pinpoint the location of where the spike was planted. Maybe if they did, then we wouldn't be seeing this round. But props to Vulcan Rising, because they are still alive in the game and they are doing very, very well so far.
Yeah, Richie coming out with the overdrive, able to find the first. Kazuta getting taken offline. Vulcan Rising, they're cleaning it up, bringing in a second kill. The Owl Drone's going to be able to spot someone as well. Speed Demon needing to plant this spike, going to be playing a little bit safe. Sev able to take the advantage back in their favor here, and especially now Restless in a 1v3 situation. Do you even go for it? It looks like they will be. But they're going to be running right into the arms of High Rise, and High Rise able to close it out, bringing a 6th round. They started this on 3, and they are not allowing Barricade to close it out without a fight.
Yeah, looks like Vulcan Rising, they're playing a much more disciplined game at this point, and Barricade, they're just getting countered on every corners. It feels like the things that they're trying to do are not working out in their favor as well anymore, because everybody from the side of Vulcan Rising are picking up the pace, or maybe Barricade, they're just too comfortable with what score they have. They're just 1 round away from securing the first map in their favor. I don't know if that's something that's getting in their way of like, hey, let's push it hard, let's try hard and finish the game. But we're going to be seeing another round, and possibly the last round before they run out of money and start, buying crappy guns. But this time around, maybe, hopefully, they're going to be looking towards wrapping that game up from the side of Barricade. If not, it is going to be a few more rounds going in the favor of Vulcan Rising.
Perf able to find one trade out immediately. However, it's not going to be traded out for long, with Restless able to keep taking this advantage in hand. Speed Demon finding the next. Sev is going to continue to do so much for this team of Vulcan Rising. But Restless playing aggressive here. Nobody's going to be able to find them unless they're able to predict this. But at this point, both have been heard. Both have been detected. But the first comes out, and there's the second. Oh, the second does not get secured. 1 shot away from finishing it. The Classic gets pulled out. And jump right click is the name of the game. And Barricade closes it out on a 13-6 scoreline.
Yep, what a way to end the things, and a very nice play from Restless over there. And Vulcan Rising, they look strong at the end of the round. I'm not sure if that's Barricade just not playing at their best, or it's just Vulcan Rising just finishing that warm-up and picking up the slacks in the game. But either way, Vulcan Rising, they seem promising, but they have lost the first map, which was by the way the map pick for Barricade. So Barricade winning their own map, maybe when we go to that Sunset, which is more of a strategic map, more things to be done, more bigger map, much more corners to be covered for, much more utilities to use, much more places to look for. Maybe we'll see much more Valorant coming in from the side of Vulcan Rising. What do you think, Cherry?
Absolutely. I think that Vulcan Rising plays a phenomenal Sunset, and they wouldn't be here if they couldn't. So I would not be surprised if they're going to be able to take a little bit from that. But the first thing they do is have to take this break and get their mindset under control, be able to bring it back after such a devastating scoreline. As we saw, they were able to close out 3 rounds at the end of the previous map, but that is all they were able to get. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this break.
We stay when the music plays and stop below and the people sway.
you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I was putting in the I was putting in the hours. I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be back with a little bit of a recap from map number 1 here. Zane, let's look at this, because as we can see, we saw a pretty, you look at this influence player and you see 8 and 5, and you think, okay, they didn't do a ton, but you look at their assists, and they had 22 assists during that match, which
Yeah.
to me was absolutely insane.
I mean, every time you saw, most of the times they got their 9 rounds secure in this defense side, and almost 80% of them. I'm not sure how many rounds, but I'm sure that's at least 7 rounds they secured over a retake. How are they doing such a good retakes? Somebody's using
Nobody
those
knows.
utilities, right? And influence. He is the guy. You see Restless, amazing utility usage from him. This Cypher as well, blocking off those flanks every time in the defense side, holding off sites and just taking those entries and everything. Like it's totally amazing.
Yeah, I mean, something for me is we see that these MVPs, I kind of disagree. I think that Sev had a phenomenal performance during that match.
Mm-hmm.
I personally would put him as my MVP, at least for the side of Vulcan Rising. Barricade, I can completely agree. I think any of these players could be considered the MVP. Speed Demon played amazingly. Influence played amazingly. Kerf had some phenomenal aggressive plays on the defensive side. Kazuto did. I mean, Kazuto, you just look at the frags, and it was phenomenal. And then Restless, as we can see, 24 and 13. We're going right into Agent Select here, and we see potentially a deadlock could come out here, which I think would be absolutely absurd, and I am all for it. But the side of Vulcan Rising, they've completely locked in their comp. Pretty standard stuff. No Gecko, which is a little bit surprising, but they are going to be running with Richie right on back with the Neon pick, along with the Breach to support it, and it's just pretty standard stuff here.
Hey, I mean, whenever I play Sunset in my normal pub games, people are be like, "Oh, pick Raze, pick Sova to break those Cypher, Cypher wires, trip wires." What are they gonna use to break Cypher trip wires from the side of attackers here?
I mean, if they do decide to play this composition, that would be kind of insane, but they are going to be locking in the deadlock, something that would not be on my bingo board for this match. And along with it, okay, they're locking in everything here.
Wait, I've never seen this comp before. Chamber, Deadlock, Gecko. What?
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Chamber Deadlock in the same map before, let alone adding in a Clove, something that is absolutely insane. And I mean, we'll see if this is going to be enough to throw off Vulcan Rising off their game, since there's no way you're scrimming looking into the future for something like this to come out. But they are going to be doing that. They're going to be running it down with that Gecko to potentially be that spike holder for the majority of these rounds. You also have a pretty good dueling kit with that chamber, with that Clove. So we'll see if Barricade is able to win out on their defensive side with this definitely interesting, to say the least, composition.
It is quite interesting. That's why I'm willing to learn that what do they have in their mind, because there's nothing that I think from my previous games that I've watched. Okay, there's nothing that I can come up with this kind of particular lineup. Then again, I'm a Valorant noob, so I wouldn't know much either, you know. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see some new stuff. I'm excited to learn some new stuff in today's composition, and I think we're gonna straight get into it as we are heading towards that first round of the second map. You're watching the Proving Grounds for Luxe series, and this is a game between Barricade versus Vulcan Rising, where Barricade took the first map in the series, but we're into the second map. This is a best of 2 series.
It's a kindness.
Restless able to stop that aggression from Richie right in its tracks. But a 4v4 situation, not going to look bad whatsoever. Smoke's come down. The plant is in play. But something that you do got to note is that with this Clove, you still do get access to the smokes beyond the grave. And Vulcan Rising, you can't really do anything about it now. Restless going to peek off this angle, able to find one, but with 2 players getting traded out, Barricade is put at a little bit of a disadvantaged position. And now with Speed Demon also off the board, Vulcan Rising looking to take this pistol, something that they weren't able to do at all in the previous map on either side. But 3 people peeking out right into the firing range. Vulcan Rising able to close it out without much real fight back.
That was a very well executed round coming in the favor of Vulcan Rising. A very much needed round, considering that they have lost the first map. On the second map, a good head start just, you know, brings about the competition to a certain level of expectation. Maybe perhaps we're gonna see a bind map together. That is going to be my prediction. I think we're gonna go to a third map. Vulcan Rising seem to know what they're doing in Sunset, which is way better already. Seeing that one round that we saw from them, it was way better than anything that they did in the first game in Haven.
Kazuto able to get a nice shot off, very precise onto high rise. Vulcan Rising, they keep on pushing through, but Vitali getting 2 on the board, able to really spray down with this Bulldog and to close some kills, dropping the bodies. 3v3 position in play. Vitali playing aggressive. This classic, or not even classic, it's a Ghost, which is a little bit weaker in this close range battle, since you can't get that right click headshot off. It needs to be clean. It needs to be swept away. But Vitali, they're going to not have the most understanding of how this is going to go. But Coma getting the first. Kazuto able to trade it out. Kazuto for 2. A 2K to really develop this round. Missing off on that little bit of damage. But Kazuto able to find a 4K, bringing this eco round with just a Ghost in hand, going to clean it up.
That Clove hero play was absolutely amazing. They were waiting for the perfect time. Kazuto was waiting to get some information, hear some out. Like, okay, the moment I know somebody's in front of me, the moment they start making some sounds, I'm gonna make some play. And that was absolutely superb. How do you expect somebody to do something like this? I think that is going to be Kazuto showing us. Now, one of the things that I do want to mention, Cherry, is that on the defensive lineup here from the side of Barricade, they do have a pretty nice defensive lineup. I'm not sure how good it is on the attacking side, but on the defense side, I think they should be able to secure more. They should be securing more rounds, unless they wanna, you know, perhaps get in trouble later on. But it doesn't matter. Richie going in straight, rushing in with that Ghost, gonna be able to pick up 1 kill immediately onto Curve, just securing that gun away immediately after that.
Richie taking a little bit of a duel against
Wait,
the Gecko
operator?
of Barricade. In the operator, it makes sense because you want to get Speed Demon online with an op as soon as possible when they are on a character like Chamber, who is so proficient with
Ooh.
it, and it's showing right about now how strong this operator can be. Moving around, giving some strafe action to deal with. We see Barricade able to completely deny this aggression from Vulcan Rising. Despite losing the first blood, they're going to bounce right back, and Vulcan Rising are going to get completely just torn apart by this operator and by this team of Barricade.
I'm loving this pretty early operator in the hands of Speed Demon here. Chambers, since it got buffed, I think you can use the teleport in a very long distance now compared to before. So just operator just enables him immensely at this point, and Chamber, you know how good he is when you just if you know how to op and you're playing on a Chamber, you're pretty much untouchable. I think that's something that was shown to us by Tens at his prime, right?
I mean, I kind of disagree. Because just by that statement alone, you know, 10's operator was pretty bad. I'd say Speed Demon is even better.
Ooh.
But Richie getting absolutely just denied any part in this round. You know, we were talking about 10's being a good operator. He was on the jet, but Speed Demon really showing how well he can get this rendezvous right on out and just completely just put himself away from any danger whatsoever. And Kirk, they weren't heard in the tripwire, so now they're not going to realize that this player is right on stop with a Prowler. Kerf is able to find one, but one is all they're going to be able to get. Coma able to trade it out nice and easily. Influence, this is the player who needs to be doing the most right now with so much in hand, but they're going to get killed by the aftershock. Oh no, Seize comes through, unable to find much. Rendezvous comes through after Speed Demon finds another massive pick.
That operator has been completely useful for Speed Demon so far. Now it's a 2v3 situation, trying to go for the retake in this side. They have one person coming in all the way from back. It's going to be Kazuto. I don't know if they have any information on where Kazuto might be, but they have the smokes to work with. They don't have a single idea where Kazuto is going to be, and the ult is ready from the side of Kazuto. So if he dies once, it's not going to matter. He's going to come back again and going to try to deal much, but it's not going to be necessary at this point as he gets the kill immediately and secures the round for the favor of Barricade here. Barricade once again looking really, really strong, Cherry J.
Kazuto, an absolute demon this map, not letting anything get past Barricade. They lost the pistol, but they have shown up every round since, dominating the battlefield, dominating Vulcan Rising. This is their biggest challenge yet. We see the Nightfall online. We see the Rolling Thunder online. Barricade, they have one ult in Kazuta. This player, I mean, the reason that Kazuta's ult isn't going to be very good is the fact that they need to die before it does anything. And I don't think they're going to be planning on doing a lot of that this map.
Yeah. Speed Demon hunting him down is gonna be tough. It's gonna be really, really tough. It's gonna be like have to have a straight push, but then again, he always stays on these amazing positions where it's really hard to catch him. They're gonna be able to find one kill straight up the round here, but it's gonna be Kazuto who's gonna immediately come back, but he might just die again. But he's gonna be covered by his teammate Speed Demon here. He is a demon in the night here. Maybe it's a daytime in sunset, but guess what? It is going to be the sunrise. It's gonna be the sunfall for them. Kazuto not being able to find that kill, and perhaps he's going to be going down, but it doesn't really matter as they are in a lot better position right now. But Speed Demon here is going to be caught on, and he's gone. Now only left down to Kirk, who's going to immediately drop down the overdrive. Going to go for one, but no! Hits the leg of Cypher. High-Rise able to pick that third kill and secure the round for Vulcan Rising. Man, what a round this was.
I'm actually so sad that Barricade didn't win that, because that was such a well-played round from them. As we saw this Clove getting taken down, brings up the ultimate, and after that, the entire side of Vulcan Rising trying to deny it to be able to come through and be able to get that secondary life. They tried pushing out, and they pushed right into a Chamber who had an op with their head on it. And Barricade, they're going to be playing this next one. They lost the previous round. They're coming into this with a new Tour de Force in hand. They lost the op. They brought back a new one. And the first kill, shutting down any potential to use the Nightfall in this round. Rolling Thunder comes through as well. Not going to be able to find anything on that. But it looks like Richie with this next ultimate on the line. Thrash comes through, making Richie back up a little bit here. But Barricade is already in a little bit of an equalized situation on a 4v4 position. Influence taking a little bit of damage here, but this operator might be able to shut it down pretty easily. Never mind. Not able to connect the shot, and Richie going in for more 2v2 situation with Kerf. Able to find a judge, capturing the first target. However, Restless needs to be able to find something, but Sev is able to close it out, and Vulcan Rising putting themselves at a 3-3 situation.
That was once again very, very close round coming in from the side of Barricade. They played absolutely phenomenal there, even though they were like a bit outhanded with how the rush went in. They found the first blood, which was something that should have worked in their favor. But the B entry was absolutely fine, and the way they held that Neon Overdrive was the game changer moment for the side of Vulcan Rising, and Neon finding just 2 kills just puts them at such ease. But I think the last, when it was 1v2 with the deadlock, if the deadlock didn't actually go for the jump, maybe he would have been able to find 1 kill. But Kerf, oh no, he's not gonna be able to get out of there. He's gonna go down to the aftershock. Oh my god.
Spike down A.
A dominant performance. Influence on for 2. Traded out. Barricade put on the back foot here. Speed Demon hit up by that fault line. Will they be able to find anything? That's the question. But Vulcan Rising, they're still putting the spike down themselves. Will Speed Demon go for it? This is the question. I don't think that they will, because they want to keep this operator online for as long as possible. As we saw in previous rounds, they can be very proficient with it. They can be doing a lot of value with it. But Speed Demon, you know, they play so well. And we saw in the previous map on Sova, they were going for a lot of clutch positions. So we'll see if they do tend to do this with other characters as well. And it does seem like the answer to this is going to be yes. They want to play this out. They want to be able to do something. However, they're going to opt out of it once they hear the bomb, once they hear how little time they have remaining.
False alarm. Just thought of, you know, like, yeah, am I gonna do it? Am I not gonna do it? Am I gonna do it? Am I not gonna do it? But I guess the ticking sound did tick him off, like, hey, no, I could have done it, but there's just not enough time, and it's not worth it. That operator is gonna be much worth it to keep for the next few rounds, considering that Vulcan Rising have been securing rounds non-stop, two in a row now, which will harm the economy from the side of Barricade very hard, as we see only one Vandal that they can afford with half shield onto Kazuto, who's going to be the hero play for this round, and everybody else is just going for half buy.
And the economy is not looking good. The ults aren't looking good. Barricade, they don't have a lot going for him here. But we'll see whether or not Speed Demon on this operator is going to find anything. Cage comes through here. Will they detect this? Not able to connect the shot, however. We do see the Cypher and Chamber living another day, not going to end up in any casualties just yet. A little bit of a mid push going to be inclined by the side of Vulcan Rising. A lot of people pushing up there. They haven't smoked anything off, however, so they might... Oh, no, there's going to be the smoke over towards top mid. Nobody's really pushing too much over towards there. Maybe it's a little bit of a fake looking to lean in towards the B side.
It might be a fake and leaning towards the B side, but you know what? That op did not find any kills, but in return he received a huge chunk of damage, which is going to be intensely dangerous for him. Anybody who rushes him is going to be able to find the kill. And Restless trying to take a sneaky beaky position, but he's going to be flashed out, and he's going to be taken out just like that immediately. And it's a half buy round from the side of Barricade, so they're not going to be able to do much with those guns that they have in the hand. Now Kazuto, who had the only Vandal, he's going to go out pretty badly there, and it's going to be Relentless. He's going to be going inside. He only has a Bucky on his hand, but that can be very dangerous here. He's going to get one, but that's all he gets. And now it's all down to this operator, who is down to 63 HP, and he doesn't have a single clue where the enemies might be. The clock's ticking again, and the ticking sound, we know how it does for the Speed Demon. It makes him fall back because he needs to save that operator. He does not have a shield either. He does not have much utilities either, so he has to get back and perhaps look for forward to the next rounds, where maybe we'll see a full buy coming in from the side of Barricade.
One of the big problems that Speed Demon is dealing with right now is the fact that there's so much denial to his operator, since we see the Fade who has the Prowlers, we see the Breach who has 4 pieces of utility that can throw Speed Demon off of a position. But even beyond that, you have the Paranoia, you have the stuns coming through from the Neon, along with your Slide, and literally everything in that Neon kit can just deny a chamber. And especially with, as we saw in the previous round, the Cypher cages as well can really do a lot to hurt you. And Speed Demon, we're going to be seeing that from them once more, where there's just going to be a Cypher cam, and that camera is going
just
to deny everything. Oh, but this won't be, with Speed Demon finding the first on the round. Influence going for a second, traded out, but Speed Demon, without missing a beat, going to find that trade. And it's going to cause this Breach to have some second thoughts, potentially not want to push this site. Barricade looking to take another engagement. Right now, the Flash is all they need, with High Rise and Coma playing in unison. Restless able to bring back the lead for Barricade, but Vulcan Rising, they still want to be able to take this. Net comes through. Restless trying to make something happen, but High Rise not taking that net off. Kerf is going to close it out in the 4th round. They did not... Oh, they did get the operator, actually. So they are going to be able to keep that on a line even more rounds. I mean, it's been so long since we've seen Barricade without an operator in hand.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very well defended round from the side of Barricade. I absolutely love the way Speed Demon played that round. After getting the denial, immediately rushed onto A, and then he got a kill onto A main. And as a typical operator player, what would you do? After getting a kill, you just hold the same position, make sure nobody else comes from there, or perhaps try to change your position. What he did was he aggressively rushed towards A main and held the side, A side, and he held the elbow. That's something you do not see. He's like, okay, somebody was there. Maybe somebody else is gonna try to push in from there. But he did not care. He just rushed in and he held the elbow and he got another kill on there, making it a double kill and perhaps holding up the side. Pretty amazing play coming in from the side of Speed Demon there. As we head on to the another round, we see that everybody from this on this round is going to be just falling out. A quick rush coming in from Vulcan Rising, just denying and defying everything that Barricade has been doing so far for them, against them.
Yeah. Barricade, they're starting to lose their footing. Speed Demon's able to find out High Rise, someone who's been playing so well,
he has
potentially
overdrive.
going to bring themselves back into this. There's going to be the fault line coming through. However, there's still Speed Demon right on pace to continuously get more. However, we're finally seeing that op shut down. Do they decide to pick it up? It does seem like the answer to that question is going to be no. And instead, we do see Barricade losing this 6th round. I mean, Vulcan, getting to 6 and 8-4 half wouldn't be the worst thing. And as you previously said, this composition does look pretty defense-sided. And I kind of do have to agree, since you don't have that Killjoy or Cypher available to really watch the flank. And instead, you're only watching to the flank. Oh, I guess you do, actually, with the Cypher, or the Chamber Trip, sorry. So, I mean,
yeah, and
well, no, the Deadlock, yeah. But I don't know, actually. This might be actually a decent attack-sided composition, since you do have that Clove, which plays a little bit stronger on the attack side when you're playing post-plant. And you do have some other great abilities, but Barricade, they're going to need to finish this half first if they want to even have a chance to get to the second. Neural Theft comes through. Kerf going to try and put some pressure on A main. Not going to find much. There's the Prowler going to continuously cause some damage, but Kerf right on track for getting this next kill. Restless traded out. 3v4 situation. Vulcan Rising, they've collected this site and are able to just develop themselves completely on it. In Speed Demon, on a Vandal, something that we did see last map, but is going to be shut down after only 1 kill onto High Rise. Unfortunately, their ultimate has been diminished. No more overdrive in hand. You need to be able to do something here. But have they detected anyone? That's the question. I don't think they've seen the breach yet. But a shot and a miss. And a kill from Kazuto is all they're going to be getting, with Barricade losing this half. And the 7th round being placed on the board for Vulcan Rising.
Yeah, I mean, Barricade, they're losing this round, but one thing that I can say for them is, even though they're losing these rounds, they're actually picking up a lot of frags. They're not losing the rounds with 4 enemies alive or 5 enemies alive. Even though the rounds where we see that very aggressive rush coming in, the eco rounds from the side of Vulcan Rising, they still manage to pick at least 2 to 3 kills every single time. So that is something that I'm going to be looking forward to the when they move to the attacker side, because then I feel like, yeah, maybe I thought, in my opinion, it more looked like a defensive side of composition for me, but it doesn't really matter. Sunset is a very huge map, like you said. It can, if they play aggressive, it can really work massively in their favor, you know. And then once you have all this stuff, the after plan situation, we know how well the after plan situation is gonna work for the side of Barricade here. And that's something that I want to see. Oh, Speed Demon, again being the demon he is, gonna take out one. Sev goes out. The clutch is no longer gonna be there. Oh,
Kills coming out here. Richie able to take the advantage over towards Vulcan Rising here. We see that Tour de Force online for the final round. One of the strongest weapons in the game. They do have a Bulldog to go right on hand with it. But Coma playing down the spike, putting a 2v2 situation in play here. Cage comes through. They know exactly where that came from. But will they be able to find anything? That's the question. Cage comes out. Speed Demon unable to predict correctly. There's going to be the stun, putting the operator offline for at least a couple seconds. Kerf, however, right on track to be able to find something. However, some decent shots get put onto them. And instead, they're going to be the one coming out on top. But Richie with the overdrive going to try and make something here. But 9 HP is all you have to find some round win. But 8 rounds on the board. Vulcan Rising. One less than Barricade got in their half. But they're going to be having a phenomenal time in this matchup.
Richie with that overdrive, just driving everyone crazy in that round. A pretty amazing neon play there from him, and just getting that 4K, just making sure that you win the last round on the half, making things a bit tougher for the side of Barricade here. But they're not actually on a bad side. 8-4 is still something that is very acceptable going into the second half, and Barricade, they just have to play a decent comp strats into the attacker side. I feel like they have a pretty aggressive lineup with this breach, with all these utilities, all these stuns and flashes that you have. I mean, they got a lot of smokes. The clove smoke, the neon with the flash, and they got the deadlock as well to trap people down, with the gecko to secure the plan. I think they have a decent amount of like entry, at least pop flashes.
Demon with the headshot to Sev, taking the smokes offline. Barricade, they're going for more, and they're going to find it with a nice shot to the head. Richie taken offline. Vulcan Rising having a little bit of a rough start to the second half here. 2 players stuck down, peeking right out. And it's going to be Influence to take the second, and Barricade to take the round. With Kerf closing it out, it's a phenomenal side for them.
It was a very well executed round from the side of Barricade. It looks like Barricade are finally showing their full form here that we've seen in the first match here. The aggressive style of play coming in from them, because that's what they needed. In the defense side, they looked a bit lacky, but I guess that's because Vulcan Rising were stepping up their game as well, and it was hard to read what they were doing every single round. Richie making those amazing plays, and High Rise with an absolutely amazing clutch smokes, flashes coming in from him. So it was hard, but now in the attacker side, it looks like after winning that pistol round, Barricade will be able to secure 1 or 2 more rounds, possibly potentially looking forward to that equalizer and perhaps taking the lead into the game for the first time.
Barricade pushing on through, trying to find something, but unfortunately not much is found just off yet. But Kerf with a judge in hand, they're going to find so much damage. Vulcan Rising put in a 1v3 situation. Some utility comes out to try and fend off this final player in High Rise, someone who we've seen time and time again making frags happen in their favor. But First, a little bit of damage comes out with only a classic in hand. Can they do anything? Dizzy comes through immediately, getting the flash off, and Speed Demon closing out, taking the second round, not allowing that Thrifty to come through like it did in the previous map and what they did to Vulcan Rising earlier in this map.
Yep, and that is just a free round again. After winning the pistol round, it is very normal to win the next round, which is something that you gotta give it out to Barricade, because after losing the pistol round, you remember that clutch from Kazuto in a 1v3, not a 1v3 precisely, it was a 2v3, but Kazuto was able to get a triple kill there, just securing the second round after losing the pistol round, which is something really amazing. But this time around, they're going to be going for a rush, and High Rise just trying to escape from his own site is going to be caught out by Curve here. Curve is going to be able to take him out, and he's just one orb away from getting that overdrive. And look at Sev, he's just stuck. He's trying to jump himself out of there, and he's gonna be removed in the net finally, but it doesn't matter. The site has been breached, and this site has been taken over by barricades, and they have put the barricades all over the place. And when I say barricades, I mean literally the deadlock traps are there, and it is going to be hard for them to enter back into the site. But it is not impossible, as they're still trying his hard. Vitali amazingly gets a double kill here, just making things much more easier. Thrasher comes in. Thrasher is not gonna be able to find anybody. Actually, he releases it too early. Restless is gonna be able to find one. Influences is gonna be able to stop it off. A team ace. Everybody gets something out of that round, and just one round away from getting that equalizer. Barricade looking way stronger now on the attacker side. Cherry J.
Dude, Vitali really tried making the comeback there, able to find a double kill, but it just was not enough. And Barricade absolutely diminishing Vulcan Rising's retake, and they just couldn't lose. They just couldn't lose, and we've seen it time and time again where they play aggressive, they play strong, and now Speed Demon on an Outlaw, something that could be debated in this scenario, is stronger than an Operator due to the fact that you can fire at a faster rate and you can one-shot through the body onto any opponent. And Richie already on such a low HP line. 3 shots to the Vandal has hit them. Those 3 shots are really going to cause you to have some pressure. That mental side of it as well is going to be big when you realize, okay, 1 shot is going to kill me. I need to play safe. That's going to really put some pressure onto Vulcan Rising to potentially take this round. But if they don't, Barricade, they're in such a good scenario to just win this map. Peeking right on through, able to find a shot, but not able to find a kill. Barricade keeps pushing on back and going on towards an op to this B site. They're opting out, and instead, oh, this chamber's still sitting right there, though. That could be really strong, going towards the fact that there is still a lot of people onto A.
He's gonna be the barricade that is going to be stopping all the backup coming in from the A side. All 3 members, they're gonna be finally looking for that entry onto the B side. They don't find any kills yet, but it's not gonna be very high utilizing for this chamber, as everybody just decides to go all the way through their spawn. But chamber is gonna be entering through the mid. He's gonna be finding one. He's gonna be immediately getting that kill, teleporting himself out of there to the safety, but it doesn't really matter because the site is completely getting entered here. Cypher is gonna come back, and it's only 1 man remaining because his teammate is gonna be able to clean up, and Cypher doesn't have to worry much. Influence is gonna be taken out, 1 shot at the head, and the equalizer, maybe we're seeing it, but it might not come in yet. Wait a second. Vitali again making the difference here, getting 2 kills with Sheriff, and maybe perhaps getting more kills here. He has a Vandal on his hand, but not much time to work with. Restless is going to be there, looking out, making sure that Vitali cannot pick up any more than what he already has. And going to be able to get the equalizer score for them, and there it is, 8-8.
Yeah, Barricade absolutely just finding everything they could possibly ask for. There's nothing that they haven't been able to handle just yet. Vulcan Rising They need to change it up. They need to swap up the pace that they are trying to play at on their retakes, on their site holds. They just need to change something, and it looks like this is going to be the change. They're playing a little bit faster by the looks of it. Push comes through, smoke as well. Richie already going for the ult orb here. Nobody's going to try and contest it from the side of Barricade because they don't really have a composition suited to playing some just like contest for this. But there is going to be that contest that they so desperately would have wanted, and it's going to be in their favor with Kazuto able to find the first. Richie pushing right back in, able to find one, but it's going to be traded out. Coma going to be able to find the next. They weren't aware of this third remaining player, but will Coma be aware of Kazuto, who's pushing right on through towards the back of the site here? They might actually get called out, but no, they will not. One more contesting player, and they are going to be able to find the kill. Barricade dropping in the secondary life. Oh, how did that Prowler not hit? I guess somebody else broke the Prowler. It does seem like Kazda. They're going to play in for it, but it's going to be shut down by the firing squad of Vulcan Rising, playing a little bit of a high-low setup. Potentially could be considered. Speed Demon going for a shot, but going to use that rendezvous immediately here. Vitali pushing right onto the site here, but oh, they're sticking it. They're sticking it. Will they be able to find it? First one comes through. They stuck it, and they found the round. Vulcan Rising taking their 9th, and with a 3K from High Rise, able to do it in a pretty dominant fashion with 2 players remaining.
After losing 4 straight rounds after the side switch, this is going to be the first round that they have won in the defense side, and it's going to be a retake. It was a bit of a messy play, I would say, from the side of Barricade, as Kazuto, he was utilizing his everything perfectly. He went for the flank, but he could not find that one kill. Maybe if he waited for his team instead of just rushing in to find that player onto a alley there, maybe it would have been much better, but it already happened. Now Curve does have that overdrive available. Looks like he's going to be utilizing that, and he did not buy anything in this round. But Richie, at the very beginning of the round, just dropping out one player, and I think he didn't even use his ult for that. And oh no, Curve, just what I was saying, they don't have anything to destroy the tripwire.
I mean, it's just looking like Vulcan Rising has found their footing here. Vitali playing aggressive and playing to win. Vulcan Rising taking double digits against Barricade on map number 2 here. And it's as they say, win against all odds. Vulcan Rising, they're going to be able to bring it back and bring it to a 19th round in their favor, without allowing an equalizer to be put in place, at least in the next round. But with Barricade having that tour de force online, it really could become a problem if they allow this to be set up in a position that can really just find value on this Vulcan Rising squad. If they allow this operator in the hands of Speed Demon to do what we've been seeing it do all game long. I mean, Vulcan Rising, they could just have so many problems right after that. But an aggressive push is put online, having to use the rendezvous immediately due to the fault line being in play. Barricade, they're having a little bit of a problem allowing the ult orb to be converted over towards the side of Vulcan Rising. And now so many players opting for top mid from the side of Vulcan Rising. They're going to be able to really make this a strong play with influence already being taken offline and just showing the dominance that they have been for the past 2 rounds in this third. We'll see if this continues. And it really seems like Restless is going to be that player that's going to need to pop off to make any real plays. However, Sev is still going to take the advantage over towards Vulcan Rising and bring over that 4v3 situation for them, eliminating the lurk position that has been developed and really giving Vulcan Rising that advantage. But Richie pushing right on through, shut down by Restless, and Restless does not stop here. On for 3K, putting down the ultimate available, but Vitali is there to sweep it all up and take Vulcan Rising to an 11th.
At this point, this looks very intense to me. Like, everything is going in the favor of both of the teams. You see Restless pulling out those strings. You see Richie making those amazing plays with the overdrives, just going inside. It's like everybody has done doing their warm-ups. Everybody is popping off at this point, and both of the teams are equally matched. Barricade is no longer the team that has the upper hand anymore. The aggression is not working out anymore because it just feels like Vulcan Rising. They're in the game. They're completely in the zone, and maybe they're gonna be forcing out a map 3 here.
It does seem like a map 3 could potentially be in the works. But Vulcan Rising, this is where they need to do it. This is where they need to show that they can secure a map and they can do it all by themselves. They've taken 3 in a row. Will they be able to take the 4th? That's the question. We do see a little bit of a split coming through here onto B Link, but Richie able to find that first pick, and that's really going to show so much for this team. Able to get this early on. Spike gets planted by the wingman. Influence. They're going to get a little bit of value off of that, but the first comes through.
Oh, no.
Kazuto as well. Vitali's going to find the trade, but the trade is all they're going to get. Vulcan Rising, however, Sev once more finding these picks to really give some advantages over towards Vulcan Rising. We do see this last player on site, however, not detected, and that misplay over towards Vulcan Rising is really going to be the misplay that's going to cost them the round most likely. But Sev still on par for a player of this caliber. And Vulcan Rising, they're playing so well, but there's no time remaining, and Kerf is just going to slide right into him and bring this next round over towards Barricade.
That was a very, very, very good round coming in from the side of Barricade here. They were very close to losing that round, and they made a very swift recovery after that. A few things that I noticed keep happening, and things that I want to highlight here is Richie being massive here in this second map. I know I said on the first map, on the first phase, on the attacker side, he wasn't doing as much. He was having a really bad game, but he just started popping off after that. I might have just cursed him backwards, you know?
Vulcan Rising playing aggressive once more here, bringing out the rendezvous, but Kerf is going to be able to find the kill. Barricade able to find this opening kill is something they haven't really been doing too much this half, allowing Vulcan Rising to really be able to get the first one with players like Sev or Vitali able to get some really good aggressive picks. But now this Cypher being detected, it looks like High Rise is going to be on the ropes, potentially forced to back out, but not losing their life just yet. Thrash gets pulled out as well, not going to be able to find it much, bringing it back. Now High Rise going to be able to find the trade, bringing a 4v4 situation into play here. There's the Rolling Thunder coming online to try and make this retake happen. Spike does get canceled. There's Kazuto on for 2. The Haunt comes through, able to detect 2, but 2 players versus 4 is not the situation you want to be in. Resurrection does come in. Barricade is not convinced they have this in the bag, but it wasn't necessary with Barricade able to find a 10th, looking to bring it to double digits.
Yeah, Barricade, they're not going down that easily, as they're just going to abuse everything that they have to make sure that they don't have to play a third game. They have to maybe potentially get a rest before we head on to the second series. We have another series today. I'm not sure who are we going to be watching, but it's going to be looks like a timeout called out by Barricades this time. We saw in the previous game, it was Vulcan Rising who used the timeout, and this time it's going to be Barricade because it is very close to them. They cannot afford to lose a single round. If they do, then that is going overtime. So they have to do 3 flawless rounds without making 2 major mistakes that cost them the round. So, taking predictions here, Cherry, what do you think? Are we going to overtime or are we going to map 3?
Honestly, I'm going to say it right now. I think after 2 rounds have been won and the Vulcan Rising economy not looking phenomenal, I'm going to say that this could potentially, and I'm going to go with most likely, be Barricade winning this map.
It could be Barricade winning this map. They're looking really, really strong. They don't have very good ultimate situation, though. They had to use 3 ultimates in the last round to get that to get that, to secure that round. Now, this maybe if they win this round, it's gonna be much better. But you already have 2 ultimates ready from the side of Vulcan Rising. If they wanna pour all into one round and just make sure that they are just there to secure the at least the overtime for themselves, not getting out of the game yet, they can pretty much do that. So I'm very hopeful for Vulcan Rising here. I think they got a pretty good stance here, but it depends on how they will enter, how they will start out the round, because it all depends on that first blood, I believe.
I kind of disagree with you there, because it does seem like the way that Barricade does seem to be playing is they're allowing Vulcan Rising to take that ult orb every round, but already we're seeing the aggression come through here. Influence able to find 2. There's the trade. Influence getting taken off the board by Vitality. 3v3 situation in play. The Nightfall going to find some really good value here. As you said previously, Richie, however, unable to find anything on his flank. Pushing back into main, we do see Curve back in play. Not going to be taken off the board just yet. A little bit of a Marshall to the body. Restless able to find the kill to really push something. But Vulcan Rising absolutely dominated by Barricade, and the site is theirs, and the game is equalized once more here. And especially now that Vitality used the Nightfall, it really is going to look like Vulcan Rising doesn't have a lot to go off of. They have 2 of the weakest ults in the game in their arsenal, but is that going to be enough to take a round?
Yeah, it is looking tough right now for Vulcan Rising here, and much more safer for the side of Barricade here. They're just Curve is 1 kill away from getting that overdrive, and once Curve has his overdrive, with which I think they are going to be going for some orb here, if I'm not wrong. Curve is looking towards to go to that B side orb, which is much safer for them to pick. After that overdrive comes online and you can easily enter, but B is not the best side to enter with the overdrive, knowing that, oh wait, they're not gonna give the overdrive to Curve. It's actually gonna be picked up by somebody else.
A little bit of an interesting play there. Curve is potentially going to be found out here, but the operator is going to do just that. Able to find a kill. This is the first time we've seen Richie opping, I believe, all series. We'll see whether or not this Prowler is going to find a detection. The answer is going to be no here. And so far, there's been no value to be able to find some information on this player mid. We'll see if Richie's able to find them, and they will be bringing a 3v5 situation in play. It does seem like Barricade doesn't really have an answer to the operator from Vulcan Rising here. However, next round, when they do have that overdrive in play, that really is going to be what you need to be able to just kind of like find stuff. You want to be able to take that operator and give it some pressure, but already 3 kills have been found with it, and it really is just showing so much speed. Demon, will they be able to find this? Yes, they will, giving a decent spot to be in. Tripwire comes through. The trademark is instantly destroyed, however. So Barricade, they do have a place that they can play in, but they're not going to have the greatest situation. Each player needs to find 2 here, but with all 4 gathering in ACT, I'm going to say this is not the play that I like, because now if Speed Demon goes unchecked, this could really be bad, but they will be. Influence finds 1, put in a 1v3 situation, and Vitality is able to put themselves on match point.
And Richie just popping off when it is much needed for them. Now, both of the teams have overdrive ready. It is going to be a fight for life and death here for both of the teams, because if Vulcan Rising are not able to win this round, it's going to be going to overtime, which is something I think is not going to be really good in their favor, because after the side switch, I think in the defense side, the mistakes that they were making previously will not be made again from the side of Barricade. And if they are able to secure the round in the defense side, I think they're going to be able to secure just one simple round in the attack side, how they have been doing so far with the aggressive playstyle. So it all comes down to this one round. Overdrives committed on each side, actually. Curve still not committing that overdrive yet. Richie pushing out with that one-way smoke. Looking at the spawn, not going to be finding anybody, as all of them just headed towards A. I think A is the side that has been worked out most in the favor of Barricade here.
Barricade, they've taken the site. 5v5 situation, 3 ults in play against 3 ults. Both teams have those overdrives. First one is missed by the deadlock. Thrash comes through, unable to find anything as well, forcing this team of Vulcan Rising to play so far back. Now they have to clear so much, really, but the Prowler is going to do all of that and more here. Curve hit by the first little bit of a stun, but first kills come out. Restless on for 3. Coma able to find 1 with the aftershock, but it's just domination, and Barricade brings it to overtime. And ladies and gentlemen, you would have thought that Vulcan Rising would be able to take their map pick and maybe do something else, or you might have thought that Barricade would be able to take this after a dominant first map, but no. Vulcan Rising and Barricade pushing each other to the limits. And I mean, it's just a phenomenal scoreline in general. Zane, I mean, who do you think right now is winning this?
I feel like Barricade is in a much greater position right now. All the mistakes that they've done in the defense round and all the rounds that they've given in the defense round, they know what mistakes they did, because you saw at the very beginning of the game they were losing a lot of rounds, but as it went to the last bit on the first half, they were picking up a few rounds, and I think they exactly figured out what to do in the defense, how it works in their favor, and if they're able to secure this one round in defense, I think in attack they'll be able to wrap this round up, and it's gonna be a 14-12. So I'm gonna be taking my prediction after this one round.
I mean, this is the tempo, because I think that you kind of need to win this if you're Barricade, because they're not going to expect Speed Demon on an Operator. When you can't buy shields with it, it's just such a weird buy that I think that this is a reason that Barricade needs to win this. If they win this, then they need to win that next round as well, because once you lose that and bring it 13-13, then the Operator play is going to be somewhat understood and somewhat like an idea of, yeah, this is probably going to be the case. We're probably going to see this out, but so much utility has been just used to get one player off of an angle, and Kazuto is going to be able to find that kill despite all the utility being used. So now it really seems like Vulcan Rising, with no cages left, with I believe no prowlers left, if they do it's just one, and Barricade, they have so much remaining in their favor. Influence as well, able to find out high ride. There's going to be the haunt, able to mark Kerf, but it's not just that. They're using everything, and it's every little bit of utility. Honestly, Kerf, they're still the greatest of all time, apparently, because they're still able to find a kill despite the aftershock, despite the C's. It's a flawless, and Barricade in absolute domination from them. However, they are going on to what was their better half right now.
Like I said, they did figure out what to do, what works better for them in the defensive side, and they showcased that in that round in a very perfect way. Kazuto was in that corner, very deep corner, but it doesn't matter. He has help. He has counter utilities coming in for him, and they were able to secure that round flawlessly, and I think they're going to secure this round on the attacker side as well pretty easily, unless Richie again pops off if he has that operator, which he does not, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it really was just a dominant situation in general. And at this point, I mean, how do you even think that this isn't going to just be in Barricade's favor? This is their half that they did so much stronger on. They had a really good performance, especially towards the end there. And at this point, I mean, we just see so much. Richie getting stunned out, and they thought that they had a good play, and it was a good play, able to find a stun onto the side of Vulcan Rising.
No.
Not sorry. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. Kazuto able to find 2. Okay. Sev back. Sev is not back in it. It's a 4v1.
It was not a great moment for Richie there. He stunned the enemies, but he got stunned back as well, and immediately he just disconnected. He does not have any more faith in the team. Looks like he needs a break. He did all he could. He absolutely played phenomenon on this particular map, but it is going to be GG going into the favor of Barricade, as I was previously mentioning, Cherry, that I think Barricade, if this goes to overtime, it is going to be a Barricade game if they're able to secure that defender round. And they showed me absolutely flawless and dominant half on that defender round.
Yeah, that was just an absurd situation in general. The fact that Barricade was on the ropes, a 4-8 scoreline, and they still were able to bring it back and just kind of just win the whole thing without much of a problem, especially towards the end there, where they lost one player, ladies and gentlemen, in the span of 2 rounds in that overtime situation.
Yeah, only one player. We're gonna take a quick look at the scoreboard in a second. That will tell us more about how the game went, and I think a lot of the scoreboard will tell how the Vulcan Rising were doing so good. As we look at the scoreboard here, it's not showing Richie as the MVP, but he did so well on that first half. He has 8 first bloods, which is very important. When you get that first kill of the round, it just puts your team up in a lead, and the defense or the attack mechanism is just gets better, way better in the Sunset map, because it's a huge map, right? If you're having one man down in somewhere in the map, that's just too good, too good.
23 deaths for Kazuto when there was 26 rounds in the game. That really does go to show you how much Clove will ruin your KDA in a game like this, where it goes so long. You gather so many ultimates, and not just that, we saw dominance from everyone on this team. And it's the same thing as we saw in map number 1, where just your kills and deaths don't describe how well you did, because we saw Influence, who was able to really shut down some of these players so well, because your only flash is that Gecko, and they were able to utilize that so well and be able to
Yeah,
take so many rounds solely based off of the fact that you have that.
especially on the attacker side. They did secure most of their rounds on the attacker side. You have to remember, they secured a total number of 8 rounds on the attacker side. Sorry, 10 rounds on the attacker side, including the overtime. 8 on the normal time, and 2 on the overtime, of course. No, sorry, 1 on the overtime on the attacker
I
side.
was gonna say
So
that's one of those would be defense.
yeah, one of those was on defense. Yeah, that's why I changed up the math. Math is not mathing, but yeah, 8 rounds on the normal side, which just gets to show how much this Gecko was working. If not for your Gecko, it wouldn't have been possible, because we know that Curve and Kazuto were making very aggressive plays, but not without the support from the backline, not without those flashes.
Yeah, it really was just a situation where Speed Demon playing phenomenal on the operator. And honestly, this is not something you would expect. Since in map number 1 on Haven, we saw this player on Sova playing with
Yeah,
a rifle. And then right after that, switching to almost every round, especially in the first half, strictly on a operator. And I mean, Vulcan Rising, they didn't have what it took to shut it down, despite having that breach, despite having that neon, despite having that omen to drop the paranoia, and along with the initiators that also need to be doing this. I think that this is the problem. You need to be able to take Speed Demon down before they can snowball a lead into a just diabolical situation
yeah,
for Vulcan Rising, because they just can't play it. They can't play it. And
yeah.
especially against this whole team in general, we saw dominance from everyone. And I mean, Zane, I don't know how this works. Is that it for Vulcan Rising season?
This was a playoffs game. I'm not sure if they're going to lower bracket or they're just taking the door to way out. But whatever the case is, Vulcan Rising, they were very close. They showed us some absolutely phenomenal performance. Barricade was playing so good on the first map, and they played decent on the second map as well, of course, getting that overtime victory. I'm saying that Barricade is the better team here in general, but Vulcan Rising, oh my, did they push Barricade down to their last drop of energy on that second map. Yes, they did, completely blasting everything off, and just maybe a little bit of effort, a little bit of practice, and a little bit of more time with this squad, maybe Vulcan Rising will be able to come back stronger in the next season.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan Rising, they played well. They played to their heart's content. And I mean, I can't even say they played bad, because especially in that second map, they brought it back. They had a phenomenal first half, but that is going to be it from us here. We're going to be back with a second series in a little bit, I do believe. Make sure to tune in for that. But thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jerry J. Joining us was Zane, the amazing producer, observer, caster, everything above that as well. He's just the GOAT in general. But Zane, do you have any last words?
Well, I would like to apologize to everybody for not showing my beautiful face, because it's just that I am just using my what was supposed to be my camera for something else. But yeah, you guys are able to see a zoom up photo of my face in exchange, which is something I'm not proud of. But yeah, we're gonna take a short little break because we definitely need one after doing all those casting, observing, and producing. I do need a little bit of rest as well, but we're gonna get that, and we're gonna be back pretty soon with the second series whenever it's ready. So if you guys want to grab a cup of coffee or maybe breakfast or maybe dinner, whatever you have in mind, just that now's the time to do it. But be back when we are back, because it's not gonna be that long.
Bye.
I was putting in the 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 hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, and it's coming down and now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in
Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival. Tell me now, what you gonna do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my phone. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival.
dancing in their line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves to the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes it so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. Oh, oh, oh. can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Maybe every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope and getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where's the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, don't want your fucking help. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is
All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do, I need you, I do, I love you, I do, I need you, I love you, I do, I need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, I do, I love you, I do, need you, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're returning with match number 2 here of tonight. We are going to be seeing the same team as we saw in match number 1 of these winners who absolutely dominated map number 1. Had a little bit of a closer map number 2 here, but I mean, we're going into the second match. This might be a little bit closer. Who knows? Zane, we had somebody claim the hydrate. We did do it off of stream. We are so sorry for not getting you that. But Zane, what are your thoughts coming into this game? Obviously, we do get to see your beautiful face up close and personal
Yeah.
once more. So why don't you guide us through this?
Well, first things that we're going to look at is what kind of maps we're going to be seeing. A completely different but a very familiar start is going to be a Haven to start us out today. It's going to be the first map of the day. Very lucky for Barricade here, as they're very familiar with Haven, as they dominated the first one against Vulcan Rising here. So up against non-negative, it is going to be something that they're really open and something prepared against. And the second map is Abyss. I don't know anything about Abyss, man. You gotta completely walk me through that. I haven't done any of the castings in Abyss yet, so I'm looking forward to this one. This is gonna be my very first Abyss casting. And then we got the Ascent, which is many people hate me for this, but Ascent is technically my favorite map. So I want to see a third game on this game, on this
Dude,
series.
I love Ascent.
Okay, there we go.
I love Ascent.
Oh,
Ascent
there we go.
Is this
That's
really your
not
first
bad.
time casting Abyss?
Yeah, I haven't casted a single game on Abyss yet.
I thought we casted Abyss together. Huh. Okay, I guess
We
I
did?
must be thinking of someone.
No,
I thought we did.
We didn't. I'm pretty sure we
Really?
didn't.
Wow.
Yeah, I never casted Abyss because I know how disastrous Abyss is. And as we say about Abyss, we're gonna go into Heaven first because we gotta find out what kind of comp scenery we're gonna see in Haven here. Maybe something similar from the side of Barricade.
Oh.
Oh,
Did they lock in the Sage here? That could be hype. Okay, that's
No,
actually
they
kind of
didn't.
crazy. The Deadlock
Oh,
one.
wait.
Is this a different Deadlock icon? This looks different, huh?
They actually went with a Deadlock. They went with Omen. It's not really comp scenery here because that one duelist that completely changes things up, and that is going to be Raze coming in from the side of non-negative, and that's something I love. Guess what? Raze is my favorite agent to play as well, and finally somebody playing it. Thank you. Somebody
Yeah, I mean-
understanding my pain.
It is kind of like interesting to me that Raze doesn't get playtime on a map like Haven, since you'd think based on the site, Raze would be a pretty strong agent here, since you can get a lot of value with the paint shells, throwing
Yeah.
it behind the primary boxes. However, a lot of teams do seem to opt in for a Jet or Neon, which I mean kind of does make sense because there's also a lot of long sight angles, which really does support the idea of operator gameplay. But non-negative, they're coming in with a double sentinel composition, as we saw in the previous map. Double sentinel worked really well on the attacking side of the previous map, except that was with a chamber instead of a cipher. But they're kind of similar agents in their tripwires, so we'll see whether or not Barricade is able to win out on their defensive half. As we saw, they had a really dominant side. They're playing the exact same composition. Who knows? Maybe non-negative was preparing. Maybe they watched the previous match that Barricade played on this map and decided to try and do the exact same strategies that Barricade used on it. However, you would think if that was the case, they would try and opt in for a sunset game, except instead we're going to be seeing the second map be Abyss and then third going over to Ascent, which honestly, Barricade, I think that could be interesting, seeing Speed Demon on those maps, since we'll see if he does opt in for this Sova instead of the Chamber on those other two maps, where Sova does get a little bit more playtime than something like a Chamber. However, this player's Chamber was so strong, especially when piloting the operator. It just found so much value.
Definitely, and it looks like we have a little bit of tech pause, and with the with how tech pauses are, where during the tech pause we usually get to see our beautiful faces again, which I'm not moving around. I am just looking straight like that with the smiley face. But you guys are able to see Cherry doing stuff here. He's gonna do the moving for me. So Cherry, if you move out a bit more than you usually do my part too, that would be amazing for me, please.
Here, you want me to do your part with you to fix it for the person who asked for the hydrate. I'll show all the hydration I've done today. So this was my chocolate milk number 1. This was the apple cider that we had earlier today.
Oh wait.
This was a smoothie I made this morning. Yeah, you know, what else do we got here? Oh, here we go. Chicken noodle soup. Zane, I know
How
you
many
wouldn't like that 'cause you're
random,
talking
completely
about,
random, different kinds of drinks do you have to drink?
dude, I'm a foodie, bro. I'm a foodie.
I mean,
you know what? This isn't all, but I'm not gonna show it all because I know for a fact I get flamed by everyone because I haven't taken shit to the trash in a little bit now. But there's a lot more. Don't worry about it. I've been up for like 18 hours. I'm currently not doing great, as you could tell. Here's a couple more that we got. Just lying around here. 2 Coke cans. You know, I'm sure that wasn't great for me.
That's a lot of drinks. That's
Yeah.
from starting from carbonated drink to like smoothie to like apple cider. Apple cider is so random. It's like, what?
Well, it is fall. So apple cider is like
Okay.
one of my favorite drinks, but you can
I
only really
love
drink
that
it
too.
in the fall. So
I love that too. Okay, moving back to the Valorant game here.
yeah.
So we've got Barricade and Non-Negative coming in. Barricade already played 2 games today. I mean, 2 maps today, and then going in. This is gonna be their 3rd map, and that 2nd map was very intensely pressuring for them. They went 14-12. Those of you missed, they played the previous series here on Luxe on live on stream just before this one, and they won that 2-0. On the 2nd map, they went for a overtime, 14-12. And now coming into the 3rd game, do you think Non-Negative will have a advantage over the fact that they had less games to play and now they're just going to be fresh and much more energy to give? Or do you think the fact that they already played 2 games from the side of Barricade, they're going to have the advantage because they're completely warm up and ready to, you know, start going out with the punch?
I mean, I'd say that especially playing a map like Haven, it's going to give them a little bit of an advantage since they have that experience playing in these high pressure moments, especially on the previous map. However, you know, it might give them a little bit of burnout. They've been playing a lot today. They've already had to warm up for their first series. They had to play 2 maps. Obviously, the first one wasn't a very long one, but it did go pretty long in the second one where they did end up going to overtime. But immediately we're seeing Non-Negative taking the site. We're going to be seeing Barricade's retakes once more. We saw this earlier today, as we remember, folks. They did it really well, but now they're playing against a completely different comp in a deadlock, which really can be good for shutting down these sites and making sure that you're in an advantageous position no matter what.
Yeah, and this deadlock is coming very, very handy at this point. They're still looking to enter the site. The Neon's going to be the first one. Curve going in, jumping around, but not going to be able to actually find anybody. He goes down, but all of a sudden, Relentless comes in from the back line. Kazuto picking up one, Relentless picking up one. They know exactly where the last person might be, and it's all down to Kazuto. He's going to go for immediate defuse. Going to have to do the half before he actually goes into gunfight, but it's Nurukami who's going to be coming in with the right click from that classic and going to be taking out Kazuto here, taking the first round in the favor of Non-Negative here.
Yeah, you know, now that I'm like thinking about it, this really could be something that Non-Negative chose to do with the deadlock pick to really be able to shut down these sites, since they saw in the previous map a lot of Barricade's wins were coming off of retake plays, so they needed something to be able to handle that. The Raze pick as well, something that's really showing that they can just get onto sites fast and be able to execute and find value no matter the case. But coming into round number 2 here, Barricade, they have a couple of sheriffs in hand. 5 players down mid. Mackie needs to do something here. Clay's finding one. Clay's finding a second. There's Stu able to back it up with a third. Mackie's going to be off the board. Speed Demon's going to try and find something, but Barricade, they're in a definitely negative position here. But a sheriff in hand looking to play defensively, backing up. Both players opting out of the B site, moving over towards B.
Yep, it is going to be very hard a retake for the side of... We know how they're really good at retakes, from the side of Barricade, but this time around they don't have the gunpowder, they don't have enough forces, and they have a completely different opponent to deal with. So maybe it's not going to be that easy, but they have the Sheriff onto Speed Demon, and he's going to try and look for some at least frags to at least hurt the economy from the side of non-negative here. But I don't think he's going to be able to actually find anybody at this point. But it really does not matter that much because the spike timer is going to go off and they're just going to end up just saving one sheriff. Or two
The
sheriffs,
recon
at
dart
least.
instantly destroyed when they tried to go for some sort of play. All 4 players of non-negative backing up into A main, able to take this round. Now we're just seeing Barricade looking to die on the exit and not saving these weapons, wanting the maximum amount of credits going into round number 3 here. This is where it matters, though. If they allow
Yeah.
non-negative to keep the explosive capability that they have developed throughout the first 2, then that really could show Barricade having the same thing they did to their previous opponents done to them. And honestly, I think that this team, they've kind of been struggling so far. We saw in round number 1 a lost retake where we saw the Neon trying to jump out of CT, but just to be destroyed. And then the person who was built to trade them did not have the opportunity to do so. Now coming into this 3rd round, we do see the camera placed in a very aggressive position to find information, and it will be destroyed immediately. Kazuto playing in a vertical position, going to be hit by the recon dart. Paranoia to try and find something. Clay already rushing through the site here, but the Boombot's going to be able to find them. But Kazuto going to find one, popping into the smoke, found out by 2 more players. And it's Influence able to get 1, but all 1 is all they will be able to get. Speed Demon 1v2 situation, trying to get something. Both players funneling over towards main. Speed Demon has a world to climb up, and will they be able to do it, especially against the Hunter's Fury that can be placed online at any point?
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury is not going to be the choice that they're going to use. They're actually going to play with him a little bit before they actually commit to that Hunter's Fury. Maybe if one of them died, maybe then he'll be going for that. Speed Demon just trying to do fakes, trying to pick up the skulls, but Stew and Derp is just way too cautious. He's not gonna even let him do anything here. Speed Demon doesn't have any choice but to take down 1. He's gonna be able to take out 1, but he did not do the half defuse, so he's actually not gonna be able to defuse. There's no more time left. The best thing he can do is just save the gun he has on his hand. Pretty cool knife though.
Yeah, the attackers able to get a 3rd non-negative, able to hold that Hunter's Fury into the 4th round here, and it really seems like Barricade is just having such a struggle dealing with this double sentinel attacking side. Their retakes are getting shut down, their kills aren't being traded, I don't know, they're just not having the same fortune that they were having in match number 1, where they had a really good time just absolutely just demolishing and diminishing the side of their opponents. And now non-negative, they just have, like, this is just, you know, both these rounds, they haven't really been close. There's been no real clutch positions where there's only 1 player alive. Each round has been non-negative, at least 2 people. And they just kind of like, they have a good game plan of, we're going to sit back in main, we're going to wait for the retake to try and come through, and then it's very difficult to make these happen. If Speed Demon was able to do that, that would be doing the impossible, making miracles happen. And what we really need to see from Barricade here is some just changes. We just need to see them be able to play the site because they're a very strong team. They have very good aim. As we saw, they have really good team synergy. The Breach in the previous map of Haven had 22 assists. And if you can replicate that, then non-negative, I don't think is going to have the same firepower to really combat that.
Yeah, definitely. As they're struggling to find an entry into the site, only 30 seconds remaining till they can enter. They know that this time around, it's going to be a half buy, and they're going to be trying to sit on those corners into edges. So they're very well aware of that. Finally, it's going to be only 25 seconds remaining, and they don't have any choice but to enter the seaside. But the worst part is Barricade has a single clue of where they might be, and finally, with the sound, they are sure now that it's going to be entered into the seaside. All rotations are being made here. I want to see what this Neon does. They have already secured the side of themselves with the Bombard. They're going to be gaining more information. This flank is going to be huge from Mackie here, as Mackie is slowly but steadily going inside. He's going to be finding 2 enemies in front of me. Just 1 bullet and finds 2, and Mackie takes down all of them. And now it's all down to Speed Demon, who's also going to be going down. And that is yet another very well played round for the side of non-negative. And I would say they did a very big brain move there.
I think something that really could have helped Barricade there is if they were just in a position to win that. And as we see right here, this is what I'm talking about in the replay. There were 6 seconds remaining, and if Barricade just ran at them, they already had all 5 people lined up in CT and in Link, looking to try and make the retake happen. They were just way too slow. And in that scenario, you know that there's at most 4 people that you have to kill. Since that Spike player, they can't get off of it. They need to place it. So if you can just win those gunfights, win those 1v1s, and you can just bring yourselves back to it, I think that non-negative potentially could have been found out there. But now we see the non-negative economy flourishing like never before. 4 rounds on the board. Barricade, they have a couple ults in the bank here with that Neural Theft, with that From the Shadows, with the Hunter's Fury available. Non-negative, they do have similar ones, a little bit stronger ults actually, with that Neural Theft being replaced by a Showstopper, something that recently I believe has been getting buffed, but Play getting a little bit of its information onto the opponents in Heaven. We'll see whether or not that's enough, because Kerf running right through, able to get a headshot on to their opponent of Mackie. Finally, we see Barricade having some good plays, but Clay is going to be able to find it out and equalize this this round with a 4-4 situation, and Barricade is already in a little bit of a worse spot with their Sova having a little bit of a lower HP than one would appreciate.
Oh, this could be huge, but Kazuto remains still. He does not give away the information of his positioning. One thing I like about Barricade is they're just holding the A site, knowing not many people rotated, so they're denying anybody who's trying to go inside the site, and Kerf is going to be there to defend the A site. A site was never penetrated in the first place. It was completely well barricaded by Barricade there, and they're going to be able to defend it out completely now. But finally, the site entry has been made, but the Hunter's Fury is there, denying the planter, making sure Narukami, after planting the spike, is not able to move out of that position at all, and they're going to be able to get the defuse, perhaps secure that orb, whoever needed, and it's going to be going to Sova because he used the Hunter's Fury. And with that said, the first round in the favor of Barricade there.
Yeah, Barricade finally able to bring rounds in their favor. A little bit of a good economy as well. They were really showing some dominance there, and they were pulling some ults off of non-negative as well, shutting down the Showstopper, not allowing that to find the value it would want to secure a round. And instead, Barricade, they're on the board. They have their first non-negative. They are looking to be able to continue this. They have a good economy still. As we see, Narakumai has 950 credits remaining. Not the greatest amount in the history of Valorant, but it is still enough that if you are able to win this round and die, you're going to have enough to buy no matter what. You don't need to get any extra kills. You don't even need to plant the spike. You're going to be good no matter what, because you will have that 3900, and the 3900 is all you need. But this is what matters here, because as we see, a little bit of a default position, a bit of aggression towards this garage area. And especially when you have someone like the Raze who's proficient at shutting down these close corner situations, that could really be strong. But unfortunately for non-negative, they're going to diverge away from garage, move towards B site. There's the Owl drone, not able to touch Curve just yet, but there will be the break, and there will be the information. Speed Demon able to find the first onto Derp, shutting down that A lurk is really nice, and Kazuto as well able to find out the next. Influence is just going to completely destroy this, and despite having a strong start, it really seems like non-negative is starting to get found out.
Yeah, that was a very nice, well-rounded round played by Barricade. They seem more comfortable, more natural, that the way they play, and the way they played is amazing. Because let me break it down to you. Kazuto playing that aggressive position in garage, not giving away his position, knowing that Deadlock just trio utility there, having his teammate break it. Kazuto and then they decide to move on to B, and that gives Kazuto a lot of space to just come out of that garage and play the flank. And when he started playing the flank, they started panicking because they know there's a rampant Kazuto behind them, and they have to do something about it. This is the exact play that I'm talking about. And then all of a sudden, they just get attacked from all of the corners. And it was a very nice call from Turf as well, that he did not, die there. If Curve died there, instead of just taking the information, instead of just putting pressure on them, then maybe they would have been able to open the side. But this time around, what is going on? Looks like C is already taken over with nobody dead on the board.
Yeah, the C side instantly taken over. Derp able to find the opening pick here. Something that non-negative hasn't been able to do for a little bit here. There's the neural theft giving some information, and that's going to allow their Omen to be understanding the fact that they can get this ult off in the flank and instantly finding an opening pick here. The problem is Kerf is going to be, Narukami is taking the complete opposite way, going over towards B here, but only one player on the site. With this breach, they have a good understanding of where this Omen is, but that's not going to be enough because Narukami is right there, and without missing a beat, is able to find the kill and is able to take the round. Barricade.
Is he going to survive?
They had a good.
Yes.
Oh, he's going to survive, which is really good for him. Barricade. They had a good past 2 rounds, able to start building up some sort of combatant to non-negatives. Really good aggression, but non-negative. They've come back and forced a timeout out from Barricade.
Yeah, I think Barricade, they were doing really good, but Cypher placed all of his utilities in C, and he wasn't in C to stop anybody from entering the C site. At least you need to input some kind of pressure if the enemies are trying to get in, right? I mean, they have a raise, of course. Raze gonna try to satchel inside, but that's when the Cypher traps comes in, right? You gotta trap everybody in and make sure that only the Raze gets in. Nobody else is able to follow up with him. And if you can get the kill onto Raze if he enters first and block everybody with your cage, then that's something that just wins you the round by default. But then again, non-negative, they're just absolutely playing amazingly. They're just entering the site in such a flawless manner that I don't think, even if Barricade try all those things that I'm mentioning, it's gonna be that easy. It's easier said than done. But then again, it's not the end of the world. Maybe they're not getting their best half in the defense side, not the exact thing that we saw them doing against Vulcan Rising here. But maybe when the side switch, perhaps, or maybe after this technical timeout, maybe we'll see something change in Barricade, and maybe we'll see a much more disciplined gameplay from them.
And especially something you got to remember is non-negative. They have that defensive-based composition with the Cypher and Deadlock, 2 Sentinels to pair with each other. And so that's really going to help you there. And at this point, non-negative, they just bring 6 rounds. They're going to be in a pretty good, comfortable position compared to Barricade, who still has a long way to go before they can really be happy with this first half here. They do have some good ultimates on the board, though, with that overdrive and the Rolling Thunder online, so we'll see whether or not that's going to be enough to really force out some aggression from non-negative and kind of capitalize upon it. But immediately some players are going to be stuck in garage, lots of smokes surrounding them. Narukami playing the height. I don't know what they're expecting here. Some aggression from C. They did use a teleport to get up here, which is a little bit interesting that they would decide to opt in for that kind of strategy. But if there was somebody on the flank, it definitely would be really helpful to have that. But Restless, can you be able to find this? Does the intuition work for you? It does seem like the answer is going to be yes. First gets found. Not able to find the second. Maki completely capitalizing on that, only taking 1 shot to the body. Nazukami with the... Nazuto able to find the first with the shorty, but the operator does go offline right off of that. Dart does not find it much. There's going to be the shock dart. Able to find 1. Picked up with the bullet to the body, bringing him to 18 HP. Derp able to get the next kill. Curve, bringing out the overdrive, making sure to secure this round. Barricade is going to do just that by the looks of it, with the defuse coming through here. Nobody knows where the last remains, but there's going to be Barricade taking their 3rd round. The 3K from Curve to really secure it.
Yeah, that looked very dangerous for Barricade for quite a while there, but I'm glad they kind of pulled it over. because they used a lot of utilities in this round, and this was very expensive round for them. They did manage to get the operator, which is much more important, and we see a different person using the operator this time around. It's going to be used by Kazuto instead of Speed Demon, who was the person who was using it. But I guess he uses it only when he plays Chamber. So Kazuto is going to be giving out the op again, and this time around he's going to be playing the C side again. It's kind of hard to play the operator on C side, but then again, it's most effective on C side if you can actually get that first shot. But if the enemies are entering, you're just stuck, like what we saw happening in the previous round, that Kazuto was stuck and enemies were coming around from every single corner. And they have the information that Kazuto does still have the operator, which was recovered. So I think that's why they're going to make a B entrance here.
Yeah, some really good aggression here. Spike instantly getting planted. Barricade needing to play this retake once more. We see the gate coming through here from this aggression in this A-Link. Going to give... I don't know. Do you want to spend a lot of bullets and a lot of time breaking that, or do you just opt in to rotate? And it does seem like they're going to do just that. They break it, and now Execute comes through. First engagements are going to be taking. Clay able to find one. There's going to be the second, but it does seem like Speed Demon is right there to bounce back, find Clay down. Kazuto with the Sheriff able to find 2K. 2v3 situation, but Stu is going to equalize that. Not bringing out the Hunter's Fury just yet. Mackey's able to find one, and Mackey able to find a second to pull out a Thrifty out of nothing, and non-negative taking this 6th round and taking at least a tied half.
A very, very, very beautiful Sheriff shots out there, but I think what kind of made the most out of that round is just that was a beautiful retake. Okay, they almost made it happen from Barricade, but they took a lot of time. And after the spike is planted, the only thing you don't have is time. You have everything else. You might have utility, you might have manpower, you might have all the advantage in the world, but you don't have much time to work with. And that's something that they kind of did not use properly from Barricade sides, and that time kind of went against them. And in the end, they didn't have enough time, and they had to really push it in, and that just kind of made everything messy. And just, you know, at the end, it was Mackie who was just able to wrap things up, just punish them for being hyper aggressive there.
A Speed Demon able to find the first kill of the round once more. Barricade is not in the greatest spot, but they do have some ultimates, and they are up a player, so this does look like a round that can easily be turned for them. Now, the question is, will Restless be called out here? Because if they are, then okay, yeah, they're going to be seen by the drone, forced to just kind of like play a little bit more defensively, make sure that you're waiting around. But the stun combined with Restless Sheriff to the head, really going to give some value there. Non-negative, being a 3v5 situation, they are able to get onto the site, plant that right on down. But it does seem like this Omen on the flank is going to be able to call them out just ahead. Mackie pulling out the ultimate, not a play that I totally would recommend there, since it is going to, you know, be an ultimate in the 3v5 situation, or 2v5, sorry. And now Derp needing to be able to find this next, not able to connect the shots to form a kill. Mackie able to find one, traded out, however, very unfortunate, and the defuse is coming through. There's one, but that's all they're going to be able to find with Barricade getting a Thrifty. This is 2 Thrifties in a row from either team.
That is a very, very, very well organized round coming in from the side of Barricade. This is the kind of retake scenario which I complimented them for in the first series of the day we saw against Vulcan Rising. That this type of play is just out of the mind. Like, how you see how well they just played aggressively on C side, picked up one kill, went back, and then they know that Restless was spotted out, so they immediately help him out with an utility. Somebody flashed for him, and then he was able to get out and get that one kill that mattered. With 2 members down, yeah, sure, you gotta applaud, you gotta give it out to not negative, to just rotating in, just using that as a decoy and then going inside A side and getting the plan down. But the retake was absolutely intense and amazing after that. Clay using his showstopper, trying to find someone, not going to be finding anybody. Nobody was heaven at that point, so the showstopper will go down without hitting anybody. But Restless is here right now. He's going to be able to tack the raise here, but not gonna get the kill in here. A lot of things are happening. Spike getting planted, but now the retake situation seems like a very easy option because they have all the utilities, they have all the people alive. Not anymore though.
Yeah, there's the paranoia coming out, able to find someone with that, but it's not going to be able to find a kill. With Play getting a 3K on the round, there's going to be a decent trade to try and equalize it from Barricade, getting a 3K with Curve, 2 of those kills. Stu, however, going to be able to equalize 1, but will you be able to get this in time? You need to stall, you need to play for time, but I don't know, is there even time to defuse it? There's definitely time there. Unfortunately, for non-negative, despite a valiant effort, they were unable to secure the round, and instead, with 1.12 seconds remaining, Barricade is able to find their 5th round on the board, and especially they were able to destroy the Hunter's Fury, which is really good for them. Something that you got to say is maybe have your Sova play a little bit farther back instead of just behind the box. Obviously, it would have been a little bit more difficult to secure some of those kills, but non-negative, they played it well, but they weren't able to be enough for Curve, especially, who was able to find 2 on that site execute, opening it up and just kind of like demolishing the entire team and just being an absolute nuisance for them to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he could have gotten up that second Hunter's Fury shot there to make things much more easier for him. But then again, on a Guardian against a 1v1 against somebody who has a Phantom or a Vandal, it's not really the best option you have. You just don't know anything to do. I think one of the mistakes that not negative did in this round, it's after planting, they should have gotten back, knowing that they have the Hunter Furies available. They should have played on that, but instead they played on site, which gave the advantage away to Barricade. So it's just that. Sorry about that. I kind of blacked out there for a second. But Influence there with an amazing kill here onto Garage. He's not going to be expecting Derp there from coming in, who's going to be able to pick up the easy kill and get the ultimate off as well. Now, this round doesn't look really good for Barricade here, who does have the neutral trip up, going to be revealing a lot of information. Now, he doesn't have any idea that there's 2 enemies hiding inside that smoke, and they're going to come out and just going to give them. And that is going to be a good half. And I think this half really did a good favor for the side of non-negative as they secure 7 rounds in the defense lineup, and now they have a, like you mentioned, very good defense lineup to hold off in the defensive rounds.
Pulling a 7th round there out of nothing, looking really good. Barricade, they started to mount a comeback, but now non-negative is going to probably be on their better half, as we were previously saying, looking to play aggressive down A for both sides here. We'll see whether or not Barricade's going to have that upper hand advantage. I'd say probably with that fault line in play, along with some flashpoints you would be able to get. However, on the other side, you do have that paint shells available to non-negative, who could definitely opt to use those very early on. Immediately, though, Recon Bolt able to detect 1. There's the stun. Boombot comes out immediately here, along with the Aftershock. It's just not going to be enough, but there is going to be a 1-for-1 trade coming out. Both duelists going to be taken off the board. Barricade probably going to feel that a little bit more than non-negative. Since you are on the attacker's side, you do need your duelists to open up sites for you. And unfortunately, that power play is not going to be there any longer. So non-negative, they're going to be taking away with a little bit less of your utility remaining due to the fact that they used a lot. But Barricade, they also used the Aftershock, they used the fault line, they used a lot to just be able to clear that out. So we'll see whether or not that was enough. But immediately here, Barricade is just going to be opting in for the B site, looking to take this spike and plant it as soon as possible. All 4 players, however, playing back of the site. So there's nobody on the flank, nobody to really be able to put some pressure on Barricade for this. So we'll see if non-negative, with their Omen and Cypher remaining to smoke off the bomb, if that's going to be enough to really be able to secure much.
Well, it is going to be a retake from the side of non-negative. They are on the back foot right now as they're getting killed all over the place, but they're already getting diffused. Has anybody any idea about this happening? What is going on?
It does seem like one person walking in the smoke. Speed Demon getting a little bit of a ping, getting both pings off. Derp defusing, but he's going to be taken off the board. And Speed Demon on the 4K, able to close it out, non-negative. Unfortunately, unable to close the pistol round. And it looked close. It looked extremely close for a while, but unfortunately, despite being at an advantage, non-negative was unable to really secure it there.
Yeah, I think they should have just waited for just defended the Cypher defusing the spike over there instead of just rushing and trying to find those frags out there. If they did that, that would have been much better, because it just made things easier for Speed Demon. He was just waiting for the enemies to come to him, and they did exactly the same thing. Now this is gonna be an intense fight, as all of them are just wrapping up here. They're gonna be able to find one kill, but two of the members are down, and they know that all of them are there. All the utilities are being used. Neon is just gonna drive inside and just gonna be taking everybody out in a pretty easy and early round, coming in for the side of Barricade here, as this was an eco round from the side of not negative. And they're going to be giving it away pretty easily.
You know, you'd think after a pretty aggressive start of the map, with a decent lead coming out from not negative, they'd be able to maintain that. However, it is officially equalized, a 7-7 situation. And honestly, I mean, it does seem like not negative has lost their stride, and they need to be able to find a new way of adapting to the style that Barricade is putting them to force them to play. But Kerf, they are going to be coming into this next round with a judge looking to play that down C. If they're able to get this site in their hands, it can be really good for Barricade to be able to put that judge somewhere like Garage or CT, and piloting that so well. We've seen them all series long in the previous one. This could really go towards their favor for Barricade. However, non-negative, they do have some good shots here. They're already switching over towards the C site. Lots of people put on this garage side as well. Curve trying to get some early shots in, unable to find anything because there's no one to find. We'll see if non-negative is going to be able to find this retake. It does seem like the Raze is potentially going to opt for a... Nope, I was going to say maybe go for a flank, but no. Instead, it's going to be the Sova, which I really like, since somebody needs to do it due to the fact that all four players are going to be put all the way back in main. There's going to be an early pick for Mackie, which I really like, them being able to find that out, and Kerf with the knife out, called out without a second warning. There's nothing you can do there.
And they're just using the Hunter Spirit down to make sure that they're not going to be able to get the defuse down, and it's going to be hard considering they don't have a gun on to Speed Demon here. He had a gun beside him, but there was smokes, there was people standing in front of him, there was bridges, there was defenses, and a pretty amazing retake coming in from the side of non-negative here. I mean, there were things that Barricade was trying to do, like sending that Sova into the flank, but there were moments where people just died with knives on their hand. Like, if he could get that flank kill Sova behind, maybe that would have been the round. But that Sova just did way too much damage.
Yeah, that really just did not look like it was enough. Non-negative. They're pushing in aggressive. Non-Mackie, will they be found out? I don't believe anyone saw them. We'll see if the Sova Dart will be able to detect this with the drone or something. But there's the first. Unable to find the second, though. Influence able to shut that down right in the nick of time. Clay playing aggressive on the B site. Potentially going to be able to call out Restless here. Lots of people opting away from the C site for the attackers, however. It's going to be met with the defenders doing the exact same thing, only keeping their Omen left on the C side. Well, there's going to be a 1-2-1 split here with two people sitting up in main. There's Stu able to find that first opening pick for this next part of the round at Barricade. They're going to be taking a disadvantage here with a 2v3 situation incoming. Curve going to look towards Garage potentially. Well, it does seem like the B site is still going to be the site of attack from the Barricade team, while a lot of people coming in for the flank, one person still in the defender spawn. I mean, it's not looking great for Barricade, especially if they did opt in for a hit onto the B site, which is why they're going to be opting away, moving over towards A, and that's going to be their site of hit, and it's going to be detected instantly by the camera on A. Non-negative, looking to have a 1-2 flank in the process here, potentially split them up between long and short, but instead two players moving in short here. We'll see if they're going to be able to find Kerf, who is a little bit still looking around. There's going to be both detected, a little bit of damage that might give them the idea that the last person's coming in from long, but there's the first kill. Stu able to get it through a wallbang, and now Influence just getting shut down by Derp, and it's going to be another lead coming in from non-negative here, bringing themselves one round away from double digits.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty rough start for the side of Barricade. They're not gonna lie. That early C long rush from the side of non-negative was completely uncounted for, and that first blood just gave away a lot of information that, hey, there's this many people on C, and then they had to forcibly rotate into B, and then that B raise bomb pain shell. That was a pretty bad pain shell moment. I can totally agree with that. That's happened to me so many times because I'm a race player as well. You just die with a grenade on your hand. But yeah, he was able to stop the Cypher from entering the site. He was able to block them from entering the B side as well. And when they got denied from C and B, they had no choice but to go in A, which they did very nicely. But Turf, getting those information on a short onto two people, he had to get a frag. Maybe if he got a frag over there, maybe they secure the round. But after Turf just falling out like that, you know, there's no way that Breach can hold all the angles together. And that was the round. Easily retaken by non-negative there.
Yeah, looking to play pretty default positioned with one player opting towards the C side, going to be going away from it, moving over towards a mid. 4 players in mid, 1 on A. Nobody really to contest with the mid push just yet. The Deadlock will be pinning this Breach to the garage position, and Mackie is able to find the first. Stu with the shock dart, able to find a second onto Influence, really giving Barricade some pressure there, putting them in a 3v5 situation. A little bit of damage has come on to the Deadlock of non-negative, but it's not enough to really warrant them to be under some stress, since you do still require 2 shots to be killed. We'll see whether or not Speed Demon's going to be called out here. 2 players are going to be surrounding this B main excerpts, but instead Narukami able to get taken off the board, and the extremities were not cleared just enough. The backside was still in play, and non-negative, they are going to have to play this 4v2 retake, but they are going to really invest into this with the Cypher ult coming in. The Neural Theft able to find 1. Stu on for 3. There's Kerf able to find 1. And investing. Okay, Overdrive is used, but Overdrive is not finding much, with non-negative taking this round of 3 players remaining. And Clay going to be able to bring out this next ultimate for the side of non-negative here. With that online, it really could look to be bringing match points sooner rather than later.
A very, very good buddy plays coming in from the side of non-negative, as they're just everywhere. Whenever somebody's dying, there's always somebody utilizing that information of whoever died to find a possible trade kill, or perhaps immediately using that information to set up some players around that area so that they can do some counter plays. And that is something that you got to give it out to non-negative here. Yeah, Barricade, they're playing well, but non-negative, it seems like whatever questions they're throwing out onto non-negative here, non-negative has an answer for everything at this point, and that's why they are entering into the double-digit era here. And Barricade, they are not too far behind, but they are just 3 rounds away from losing this map 1. And if we lose this map 1, remember, we're going into Abyss, which is a very new map, and I'm not sure. I think it is a map pick of non-negative, and if we go to the map pick, non-negative obviously are going to be coming out with some strats that they have planned and played and practiced on, and I feel like almost 60 to 70% of the teams do not have any proper answer or any proper counter strats to go up against the strats that people have on a base right now, because it's that new.
I mean, I agree, but I mean, when you said that the 3 rounds is only 3 rounds, I mean, you gotta remember that this late into the game, 3 rounds means a lot. That 3 rounds to equalize this could also be the 3 rounds non-negative needs to win the game. And Barricade, they can't allow this to go round for round. They need to be able to take multiple at a time. 2 for 1, even 3 for 1 might be starting to be necessary to really win this game. So we'll see whether or not they're able to do it, but it needs to start here. It needs to start now, because the lead that non-negative is built up, especially with the ultimates that they have in store. Obviously, we do see the Rolling Thunder on the line for Barricade, which really is going to be very necessary for hitting these sites and really executing out. But they might realize that non-negative is a team that likes to play retakes almost as much, if not just as much as they do. So they might just wait to use it onto, like, get the spike down and then use it for CT or use it for Link or something like that, and then potentially get value that way, because that could really be useful as well. But the first thing you have to deal with is actually having a game plan. And it really seems right now that Barricade doesn't really have much of a game plan. in store for them. Obviously, they wait until the gate coming in from the deadlock is destroyed. Now they're going to push into site. The Omen is going to give a little bit of a contest there. And now the site is going to be at least somewhat attacked here. There's going to be the tripwire getting hit, not able to get much, still able to find the first with the Hunter's Fury, a little bit more damage coming onto it, but it does seem like Barricade, they don't have the time, 10 seconds in the clock, but all the ults get used, and all the ults are going to be enough to really bring this 11th round in non-negative. I don't love it. I mean, they did use the showstopper at the very end there, which was a good play. They were able to secure the round, but they probably could have done it because it was a 3v1 situation, and now they are going to be playing the last two without that ult in store since it does cost 8 points. And I mean, obviously this player's been playing out of their mind. Very phenomenal performance, but a phenomenal performance doesn't necessarily mean 8 ult orbs.
Yeah, it is gonna be something to watch over here as we head on to the potentially the match point for non-negative, and with Narukami getting that double op shot just makes things much easier. Now, like we saw something similar to previous game where we saw the neon onto Richie getting that up onto a very clutch situation and keeping the game alive for Vulcan Rising, leading it into an overtime later on. This similar situation here for non-negative as we see Narukami picking up that operator out of nowhere, and I believe that was the first time ever that they ever played up, except for that one time when they picked up the operator from Kazuto. But that operator is just gonna be completely effective right out of the bat, and that is something that was completely unexpected from the side of Barricade.
At Barricade, they're in a 3v5 situation, non-negative. They need to be able to pull something, and just like, you know, I mean, honestly, there's not a lot they really have to do. They just can't allow Restless or any of these players to just not go undetected, and they're going to be fine. Because as of now, I'd say that it is still possible for Barricade to win this round if Restless just does some really, really good playing and just doesn't get called out at all by non-negative's roster. But immediately here, there's going to be Clay getting the first kill with the paint shells onto Speed Demon. But Restless dying from the high ground. Oh no! And there it is, Barricade taking the round in a phenomenal... How do you die from dropping off the height? It just doesn't make sense, but they did it.
He was probably trying to be a nuisance. He did get a kill before he died though. So I think he jumped in, got a kill, and then just died. He was trying to achieve something there. We're gonna try to take a quick replay here and try to find out what exactly happened with Restless there, if we did get that caught onto camera here. We see Restless jumping in from top, and yeah, he did defend.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, it was a 3v5 situation. Unfortunately, non-negative couldn't close it out. And Barricade, they're on for their 8th round. Will they be able to secure 9th? Most likely, due to the ultimates in the bank, and especially with how they're looking to be playing this. They're playing default, they're playing it slow, and this is how they have been winning a bunch of rounds, by waiting until the utility that instantly gets popped out from non-negative gets broken. We're seeing right now some of the utility from the deadlock instantly broken, taken off the board. A lot of utility over towards the B site here. So if this does seem to be the place of contention, which it does seem might be the case with the Breach and Omen looking to find some kind of value in mid here, and especially with the spike over towards mid, it could really leave some questions on whether or not Barricade is going to be able to take this site due to all of the sensors here that and tripwires that are going to be having to walk through if you want to be able to take something like the B site here. Instead, we are going to be seeing the Breach moving over towards Garage, looking to make a C appearance by the looks of it. Paranoia out. There's the fault line as well. A little bit of damage coming onto Kazuko, but there's going to be that Rolling Thunder taking down the first, looking to take an advantage here, and the site along with it. And that's going to be it. You know, Barricade, sorry, they just completely take the site over and are in an advantage. However, Mackie already taking the first fast lane out, not finding much, but Influence is going to do just that. And without skipping a beat, able to get the next. Stu absolutely doing a performance that you need to be seeing if you want to take these rounds. And Hunter's Fury is there to clean this up. 1v3 scenario on site, needing to do something, but unable to get anything and taking this next round. Barricade looking to bring it back.
And that is a deja vu that I'm getting from the previous match that they played against Vulcan Rising, where Barricade were behind like this in a 9-11 score, 2 rounds behind, where they made an intense comeback and securing it in the overtime. Do you think we're gonna see an overtime and something similar situation here, Cherry?
It really does seem like overtime is on the board. Non-negative, they've lost a couple rounds. They were at 11-7. Now they're at 11-9. It's just not looking great for them. And honestly, some of that does have to go towards the fact that, you know, Barricade, they're just taking these early engagements. They're taking value. And non-negative, they've already been put in a 4v5 situation. Their economy isn't looking great here due to 5 sheriffs being their loadout coming into this. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to find any kills, be able to take some vandals, potentially take a round off of Barricade on a round that they should be winning. But this really is the question. A lot of people, I think, actually, I don't think that there's any way that non-negative wins this. They don't have the economy, and it's one player that has to defend this whole site. And if you play a retake on an eco buy, it's really going to be difficult, especially on a site like this. However, Derp already able to find the first, put on 20 HP. We'll see if he's able to find a second. Most likely, I'm going to say no due to the fact that the tripwire's already being broken, and there's the second one as well. Derp taken off the board. Perf able to have a really good showing there, bringing the advantage back. Naruto able to get the next one. Clay off the board, and it just seems like Barricade. They've taken it. They're going to go to double digits, and they're going to be enjoying that.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, the economy does not look very well for them either. So even if they're going to be losing this round, they didn't really actually find anything. They're going to be having enough money to maybe buy a potentially operator and perhaps a few buys. So some of them have to go with the utilities, but it is what it is, right? I mean, it is getting really, really close right now. If it goes for 11-11, then we're going to see a last potential round to fight for that match point and perhaps put pressure on the other team, because, you know, after that it is a very big question of mentality. Like, hey, we were winning, we were so close, and then suddenly the opponent is on match point, so this is a do or die situation, do or die round for us, and then they have to play under those pressure. But then again, these are professional players. They know what they're doing. They know how to play under pressure. We found that out from the side of Barricade, that they can do very well even under this pressure. And this game is also another example that they can do it very well, because they were so far behind, but they're now almost caught up to non-negative here.
And non-negative, they're back on an economy that they can enjoy and be happy about. We'll see if this is going to be a good situation for them. Obviously, Narcotics is going to be able to get that operator online, but unfortunately, the wrong site has been played on for that operator to find value. Barricade, they've already completely taken over the A site here. Owl Drone comes out immediately along with the net. Not able to get much. There's going to be the counter coming in from the Recon Bolt, hitting up Clay. Trades come through, both the Speed Demon and Clay taken off the board, but Barricade, they want to find something here. Kazuto blocked inside of the cage. Influence trying to get something, and something's going to be gotten, but it's all from Kerf. Kerf on a 4K to close out the round and close up a victory, putting it in an equal situation. This is 4 rounds in a row, 1 out by Barricade, bringing us to an equal score and bringing us to 1 closer to a match point from one of these teams.
A very major round won by Barricade there. Now you see the economy is completely destroyed. They won't have any guns to play out in this next round. It looks like they're gonna go with half shields and perhaps sheriffs, all 5 sheriffs. So this is very easy round for Barricade to secure going into that match point. They're gonna be looking much more confident, much more better, because whatever Barricade is doing so far is working wonders for them, because I haven't seen any of the members from non-negative answer that, because they've won 4 rounds altogether. I mean, one after another, and nothing has been done about it. Clay trying to backstab there, trying to do the flank play, but will not work out. He loses his teammate, and maybe he loses himself as well, but he takes out Curve before he goes down, which does help his team out a little bit. Now, there are only 8 members, 3 members are left, But Derp, he finds one with the Sheriff. A great headshot there, making it a 3v2 situation now. They're trying to get those kills. It's all down to Narukami, who's not going to be able to do much as Kazuto picks up the kill onto him. And now, just match point there from the side of Barricade. What are the chances that Barricade just come back in this game like this?
A Barricade, we saw this in the previous series where they're down 4-8. We're seeing it now, non-negative. They're on the ropes. Barricade, they need to pull this out. They need to be able to bring this because this is their map pick. They go on to map number 2 in Abyss. They could have a lot of struggles going on to this, but non-negative. They don't want to give it up just this easy. They want to be able to bring it forward and bring it to a situation where they can bring it to overtime and say, we are here and we are ready to play. But Barricade, they've taken some damage. That's good for non-negative. They got to be happy about that. They have ults in the bank against just one overdrive, which obviously can find some good damage. We've seen it before, time and time again.
They have the deadlock.
But after 5 rounds, oh, Clay able to find the first. Really good positioning there and really good damage. Able to find one of the highest fraggers of Barricade's roster, and especially the fact that you're shutting down the smokes in its entirety.
I think it's gonna be a pretty easy round for non-negative here. They did so well to start out the round. They did inflict the damage in major areas. They damage the only guy who has ultimate, and that is going to be Neon. Now he cannot play those freaky plays with those 70 HP remaining. He does have overdrive, but that's not going to be completely utilized. And like you mentioned, the smoke guy in your team is gone. That means your entry is not going to look as good as before. And just doing these two things just deals so much damage to them right now. Overdrive finally is going to be committed. He's going to be going inside, and like I said, the HP, he doesn't have those to work with, and he's going to be immediately taken out. And Cypher immediately dropping out the neutral trap. He's going to be able to find one, get the information, and now it's all down to Speed Demon, and he's going to be taken out by the grenade, and it is going in the overtime. Once again, predicted by our Oracle Cherry. 100% accurate so far.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't love that play from the side of Barricade there, since, you know, B site, it's something that, you know, teams will usually opt for if they're in like a even situation or if they're up players. But in that scenario, you were down a player and
that was your smoke.
Yeah. I liked how they did that though. I enjoyed how they had their Neon playing really aggressive, and I think that it really could have worked if it wasn't for the fact that non-negative just had one person who wasn't totally cleared, because that's such a good play, because that's what you needed to do. You needed to equalize that. So playing aggressive is exactly the way that you're going to be able to do that, since the 4v5 situation isn't great. So Barricade, props for that. Unfortunately, you're going to overtime. Non-negative is not giving it up just this easily. But immediately here, a little bit of damage, I believe, came through. Oh, no, it did not. Clay did not take anything. Thought maybe a foot was reached, but instead Clay bouncing right on. No more utility in hand, however. So Barricade, they're going to have a little bit of advantage in that sense, but nobody's playing for a flank from the side of Barricade. We'll see whether or not that's going to be a good position for them to take, but Stu immediately taken off the board, something that's really going to help them. Flash comes through, able to find a second. Kazuto taking so much advantage here. However, without skipping a beat, Barricade, they've lost that footing that they once gained in this round, and instead Derp trying to play aggressive, unable to get it. Barricade, they want this, they need this. Narukami trying to get something, but instead that something is going to be a face and a bullet in it, and Barricade instantly taking this first round.
Barricade again showing that they're really good at defense, even though they were not able to you know, demonstrate the defensive play that they actually hoped for. But it does not matter, because that's the one round in the defense that they needed in the overtime, and that is the most important round that they're gonna get, which is the 13th round. Now in the attacker side, they just need to keep doing what they've been doing for the past 6, 7, 8 rounds. Maybe, yeah, that last round on the A, it looked a bit scary for them in their half, but that's the round that you gotta give really like hats off to like non-negative for making those plays. And they were quite unlucky to actually have the Neon receive a huge chunk of damage at the very beginning of the round, and then finding the kill onto Omen, just shutting Barricade completely down. But if they don't have that same mistake again, and if they just play the way that they've been playing, a complete disciplined play, and find few frags, find the opening into the side, plan the spike, and play the after plan situation, like I said, their lineup is very good at after plant situation. They're gonna be easily able to pull it off.
I mean, a lot of people playing default here. Shock Dart goes through, trying to break some info towards the B site, which is a very good play since, as we've seen in previous rounds, non-negative likes to stack the B site with those sound sensors and those tripwires from both their sentinels, just to be able to secure it and make sure that it's not easy to get through. But
Oh, no.
instantly, Curve hit by that the gravity net, which really gives some value. Derp able to get the trade on to Kazuto, who really gave some non-negative a little bit of a run for their money there in that round, looking to take a bunch of
30 seconds
damage
left.
and make some real good detrimental plays towards non-negatives chances of winnings. But instead, Stu moving towards the backside, looking to get something here. Clay potentially able to cancel something, but no, both Sovas taken off the board here. Influence trying to make something, but instead it's going to be a shot and a trade from Restless, but Restless is not able to get it, and non-negative able to clutch this round and bring themselves up by their bootstraps and take a 13th.
A huge rotation from the back coming in from Clay here, just making things happen. And that is one of the things that you don't want to do against. It's the B side is very scary if you're playing against a Raze, and because she's gonna like bring you out with the showstopper, with the paint shells, everything, even the boom bot is just so useful. All her utilities are the best when it comes to B execution because of the narrow space the B has. But a very good execution and a very good retake from both sides. But I think Barricade once again did the same mistake in B side. They tried to play aggressive. They got the site inside, but it is not really easy to hold out to the B side though. But they were down on men, and they did manage to hold that out pretty well. Oh,
Okay, Kazuto able to get that first onto Derp. Barricade looking to take this next one. I mean, this would be the have to do it in if they want to really keep up the same pace that this game has been playing at in overtime so far. Clay already on this site, making sure it's clear for the rest of their team to run up, gather up on. There's going to be the Owl Drone coming right out. Curve able to find out Clay right on there, giving some good damage in, making this an even stronger half for Barricade to win. But Breach will be dropping in that first little bit of utility, but it's not going to matter with this damage coming in. Katsuto able to get so much, and a 3K from Katsuto, a Curve masterclass is going to give a flawless round. Barricade instantly pushed up onto their 14th, looking to find it out and finish this match. But I mean, there is still a chance that we go even further.
yeah. I mean, the longest game I saw was this year in a Japanese tournament, I guess, where they went on and played like over 25 rounds. Each team's like, it was, the scoreline was like 25, 26, 28, 26, 28, something like that. And I hope that game does not go this long, but it is going interesting in the overtime so far. And I am quite enjoying this complete matchup. It's like they're both are very neck to neck and head to head. These are the playoffs of proving grounds, and the teams are here to prove something. And you see what they're trying to prove, right? They're trying to prove that how good they are. They're trying to prove that these are the way that Valorant should be played, and they're doing it absolutely amazingly, man. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, immediately we see some aggression coming in. Non-negative, they have something to play for here. Will they be able to secure it? That's the question we are all asking. It seems like they want to just as much as we want this match to continue going. However, Katsuto able to make this equalize, saying you're not taking the advantage just this fast. And they're going to take the equalizer and run with it, taking off Clay, bringing an advantage and bringing this site in their favor here. Barricade, they have 35 seconds, more than enough time to plant this spike, have a good running, and potentially close this match out at 15-13. It all starts now, and a 1-for-1 trade is immediately put in play. Derp able to kind of make some damage, but it's already ruined. It's a 2v3 situation. It's so difficult to be able to win this, but you gotta be able to do it fast. Restless playing in the corner. There's the stun immediately put in. Trades coming in one more time. Barricade. They're playing together. They're playing it smart. Neural theft downloading your opponent's locations, and a shot, precise hit. Barricade instantly closing out the map number 1.
What a nice comeback coming in from Barricade over here. They started out kind of weak going into this Haven map. It's not something that we saw after seeing how dominant they were in the against the Vulcan Rising, but they made sure that they are able to make that comeback happen. And what a play by Kazuto over here, getting 27 frags over here. I mean a total bombshell from the side of Barricade over here.
Yeah, Barricade, they're putting in the work, they're putting in the effort, and despite having a little bit of a struggle, as you said, they're absolutely dominating. And really, I mean, coming into this next map, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a map number 3, since this was picked by the opposing team, and they had some really good plays in that map number 1, as we saw. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back right after this break. Don't go anywhere, because we got some insane Valorant coming up.
Those medical pills all push me over. I kill my fill 3 times a day. These health no fuels won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about round when it's past due. Reach a glass to know you don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal. Take me down. seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up and go to sleep. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up from our sleep. I'll be home soon. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're returning to you with the Luxe Series Proving Grounds with the stats of the previous map. As we remember, Barricade won in a pretty close 15-13. It was a nail biter, and it was Kazuto dominating the battlefield for First Bloods, 27-18. Absolutely, it's a masterclass of his own. He just completely dominated the entire lobby. Nobody came close. And as we see from non-negative, they did have some decent players here. 20-22, 18-22, 22-19 are MVP from Stu, which I got to say I completely agree with. Clutching out so many rounds for the side of non-negative. Against this team, though, is we're unable to really secure it. Now coming onto Abyss, we're seeing that Astra, a character who's been pretty meta on this map, surprisingly. One of, I'd say, her best maps, actually. And the non-negative looking to lock in the Yoru and potentially the Vice, something that is, I have never cast a Vice before, but okay, yep, they're opting away from it and instead going to look for potentially that double Sentinel composition once more, and instead locking in the Jet. And pretty standard composition here coming from non-negative as well. Not many changes compared to the casual comps that most teams run. Only real difference here is the Astra for the Omen, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, I think Astra's kind of big. I like that difference coming in from Astra. I think Astra's is much more active in Abyss. I've seen people play Astra all over Abyss, and it's really a good agent to play against. Omen is very good as well, considering you have like very good smoke with Omen. So yeah, like I said, this is gonna be my first time casting in Abyss, and I'm very looking forward to that. After that intense first match, I hope that Abyss, because it's a new map, just doesn't end up like a random, like one team knowing what they're doing and the other team just doing random craps. I hope they're at least prepared a little bit on how to play on Abyss, and perhaps give us a good show.
I mean, I don't know if this is like a hot take or what, but at least from my personal experience casting, Abyss has probably been like in the top 3 most played maps that at least I've casted recently. That was before the patch notes came through. It's been Abyss and Sunset that have really been dominating the map pool in tier 3. And then like, I guess beyond that, we have like Bind and Haven that have been getting a lot of play. Ascent not really, so it is interesting seeing that as our map number 3, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like Barricade, sorry, and they're running a very standard comp and just adding the Astra to it, so they probably have more of like a strategy behind this than non-negative, who's just playing completely to the meta. So we'll see whether or not these teams have some different strategies cooked up in their strat book. But instantly, we see Barricade running it down, throwing the knife, getting a little bit of information, detecting 2 enemies, but it's not going to be enough to really mandate any rotates immediately here. However, Clay instantly explosive entry onto the site here from the side of non-negative. And it looks like Barricade doing their same strategy as they had on Haven. Play retake, play retake, play retake. But instead, it's going to be Derp able to find the first kill here and take down the duelist of Barricade in Kerf. And, I mean, instantly, you got to give it at least a little bit of an advantage to non-negative for being able to just instantly find those aggressive positions.
Yeah, definitely. But non-play with a triple there, just making sure that things doesn't go way too out of the hand. And with that said, it was a pretty easy round for non-negative sides. They were able to set their sights onto the A side. Now, Abyss seems like a really huge map in general because there's a lot of mid section area which interconnects into B and A, but the mid section can be a zone on itself from watching the map, and A and B are like super far away, and if you wanted to connect them through the mid, it's gonna have to take a long way to that. So I guess that does make the mid take a bit more less valuable, I guess. And that's what we saw in the pistol round. They just went straight for the site instead of just taking those mid controls, which we typically see on other maps with mids. They try to take those mid controls, at least one or two players go. This time around, it is going to be the same. Only Cypher is just lurking around, perhaps watching the mid, making sure nobody's rotating out from the back line. Nobody is coming to get their backstab. But yeah, maybe they're gonna try and look for that A entry once again, since they have the buys after winning the pistol round. So it's not gonna be much of a competition coming in from the side of Barricade.
Yeah, Barricade, they're looking to play a little bit more retake as they did last round. We'll see whether or not this is going to work better for them. Honestly, I think retaking on a map like Abyss is very difficult. I think you have to win by holding, so it is kind of weird to see them going for this very passive strategy. Kazuto playing a little bit aggressive here, taking that angle, trying to peek through, unable to find much since most players are looking to funnel a little bit just to below where the heaven lies, and we'll see whether or not this is going to be the correct play here. Kazuto dropping down with their KO, but the firing squad is there, non-negative, instantly demolishing this team. One more player remembering to try and find something here, and there's going to be the first kill. Will they find the second? The answer is going to be no. One shot connect, but that connection is all they're going to get, and non-negative takes their second round in a little bit of a close fashion, however, with only 2 players surviving.
Yeah, only 2 players surviving, but this was a eco round coming in from the side of non-negative. So you gotta remember they did a pretty good job just killing those players with classics, just making sure that destroys a little bit of their economy, which kind of did. Now non-negative are gonna have a half buy, and some players are gonna be looking towards saving those guns because they apparently cannot afford to lose out on the economy, while on this side of Barricade, they're gonna be going with the full buy for the first time ever. Maybe they're gonna stop the enemies from entering the side this time. Clay already going for that knives out because he did not buy this round. He just have a full shield though. Half shield, sorry. No, never mind. Full shield. Oh, influence.
Yeah, non-negative not buying into this round whatsoever. Like a little bit of damage. The Blade Storm has been utilized, but instantly Barricade takes that first blood on their favor in mid. A couple people rotating over towards that to try and pick up any type of weaponry that would be on them. We'll see whether or not that is going to be enough. Clay no longer has the Blade Storm in hand, unfortunately. Kazuto trying to get something here. A little bit of shots fired. Restless able to get that next kill, taking the advantage over non-negative, trying to equalize this score of mine. We'll see whether or not the final player in A main on the right side is going to be able to connect with these other 2 and be able to find this site easily enough. Paranoia comes out immediately. Restless able to find the first. There's Clay taken out, but the trade does come in. But Speed Demon right there connect the shots and take this next round, and Barricade instantly fires back.
Barricade finally opening their book up in this game of Abyss, and just when they have a few guns on their hand, they look very strong. They look very much stable, and they were able to utilize those. And I would say you gotta give it out to KO for finding that 1 kill in mid pretty early on. Just literally gave away a lot of positions of the attackers, and then attackers had to be scattered. They had to be scared, and they had to be careful on where to enter, and they decided to enter A, and it was a disaster for them, and you know the rest. And it just went down like that.
Yeah, I mean, instantly Barricade, they're playing a little bit more passive, as we've seen in previous rounds. They're not playing aggressive down B or A. They're just taking this mid control, trying to make it their own, and they're doing a really good job as it. Clay instantly taken off the board, no longer having that duelist. You're going to have to play a little bit more passively, try and potentially make some splits happen through mid, and that's going to be a little bit difficult when there is all these people who were gathered there. However, they're going to be separating and kind of just like putting themselves in these extremities. We see one person playing towards B, one person playing towards A in that Sova and Astra. We'll see if that's going to be enough to really just take away from any idea of non-negative to push in mid. And instead, it does seem like they're going to be opting for a little bit of a B hit. They need to be able to take that Cypher utility offline. Good thing that they do have that KO to do just that thing. But instead, first Cypher trip does get broken. We'll see if the second one's going to be coming down as well. There's going to be the Paranoia instantly put online. Kazuto needs to do something here if they want to be able to keep this lead and gather it even further, but instead they're all going to be playing back. 12 seconds remaining, not going to do much. Drone instantly gets broken by the KO knife, and instead we're going to be seeing that 5v5 retake happen right about now.
Right about now, all the utilities have been exhausted and used, and now they have a complete entry to the side. And the retake moments that we know them for, Kazuto missing out quite a lot of shots there, but it does not matter. His team is there to cover up for his mistakes, and they will completely do that as Restless just goes on putting on a show and getting that 4K all to himself on his name and securing this round for the defenders. As this round, I would say it was pretty well played by non-negative, but all the members from the side of, they were not able to inflict any damage onto Barricade at all, and that kind of just forced themselves in, just to use their utilities and everything. And I think that Astra was very, very crucial there, just using all those smokes and closing out those entry points, making them waste time, making them like exhaust their utilities as well to get into this side. And I think this is why I feel like that Astra and that Omen difference is gonna be immense on this game.
Yeah, I really like that you're wording on that and saying that the utility was exhausted, because it really was. There wasn't anything that they could really do to support after that Omen Paranoia was gone, after their smokes were gone, while Astra has so much more utility, so much more versatility than any other character in the game. Basically, when you especially have those 5 stars available, you can have so much impact on rounds like these. And immediately here we see Barricade taking 2 players, looking to make it even further, especially now that they know exactly where the site hit will be coming in. They've seen 2 players. There might be a third that could be on a rotate that they do have to be careful about, but non-negative. They have so much of a mountain they have to climb right now, especially once that third player is taken offline. Mackie no longer in the game, and that's just going to be it. A clean sweep from Barricade to close out the round, taking the lead.
A pretty clean game from the side of Barricade coming into this round. Yeah, they lost the pistol round, but hey, everybody loses pistol round. It's a lot. There's a lot of things that depends on the pistol round. But after that, they lost 1 free round, and after that, it just feels like on a base they're just playing a game of Valorant. Like, that's how you're supposed to play Valorant, as a team. It doesn't feel like a random puck stack. It doesn't feel like they're just doing whatever they want. It doesn't feel like, oh, Abyss is a new map, we're just gonna play randomly. It just feels like they know what they're doing. Their total gameplay just makes a lot of sense here on this Abyss. And with that said, they're gonna be entering the 6th round, potentially their 4th win here onto the Abyss. Now the enemies this time around has a full buy, so no longer those pistol or half buys that they were facing up against in the last 1 or 2 rounds. So they gotta be careful, and they gotta give out their best this time to win that 4th round for the side of Barricade here.
I mean, the Astra smokes coming out immediately are trying to make a one-way for Barricade. A little bit of an ultimate advantage, however, for non-negative, since they do have a lot of abilities to really just make those site pushes and then play a retake right after that. We'll see if Kerf is able to do much, but there's going to be the flash right onto them. not much going to be done about it, with Kerf getting instantly taken off the board, but only one shot remaining to be able to find a kill. But Barricade getting absolutely dismantled here. A 3v4 situation is going to be in play after a nice bounce back from this next player, inflicting a decent amount of damage on to non-negative. We'll see if that's going to be enough. Stu looking to play for the Hunter's Fury, not going to play on site whatsoever. Speed Demon able to find the trade, taking down Mackie. Stu, however, going to just trade that back in full and peeking right on through, trying to find more, able to find one, but the team ace and a nice win, going to bring the score back to a 3-3 situation.
Yep, and I feel like non-negative this time around, they played really well. They tried to play more of as find those individual frags and find those openings in the side. I like the way that they had one kill. It was immediately traded out though, but that one kill meant a lot because it not only got one kill out and one member down from the defender's side, they also got the information of where KO is, and that just helped them set up the B execution perfectly and get the spike planted and get everything sorted out, and everybody just did something in that round. That's why you got the team ace in the end, and rounds like this are absolutely applaudable. And now going into this 7th round, it's gonna be again a full buy, but Curve this time around, he has an operator, and if he can find a kill onto operator, make this operator very effective, then it's gonna be huge for them. He does see one, immediately shoots out through the wall, gonna do a wall bang, gonna do some damage onto Mackie there, but not enough to get him killed.
The wall bang going to give some support, but it's not enough, as you said. But looking to find the kill and a headshot, a little bit of a too much damage. I wonder how much that hit for in total. Probably more than 400, but non-negative. Down 2 players. They have 2 ultimates available. The question is, do you decide to invest into this? Because it could go in your favor if you are able to be lucky enough, but it would definitely be betting on yourself to try and use that Hunter's Fury to make this round happen in your favor. Barricade, especially, since they do have a lot of ultimates that can kind of counter that with that KO ult, with a counter Sova ult, where if they can find where you're playing it from, you could be in a really tough situation. It could definitely get some problems for you, but instantly Paranoia comes out looking to take this B site in hand. We'll see whether or not the Cypher is able to find anything. It does seem like they know exactly where they're coming from, and that's going to be exactly what they needed. No longer are you in that deficit. No longer are you going to be in that ruined situation that looks like it's just going to be a GR go next. Now it's looking like Barricade, you could potentially be in a spot to lose. And non-negative, the exact same thing. Hunter's Fury gets invested from non-negative, but Curve instantly finding the kill without missing a beat, taking this lead. Barricade, they're going to invest their own ults too with that Blade Storm. Unable to find much. Derp going to be able to find the trade, equalizing it to a 2v2 situation. Curve off the board, and a nice wallbang to do just that. Proficiently taking this and bringing that 4th round despite being in a disadvantage. It's all going to be non-negative, dismantling Barricade and dismantling this round and bringing that 4th and taking the lead.
That amazing buddy play there, coming in from the side of Cypher and Sova, going in to the B side there, just completely changed the game. I felt like Kazuto and Cypher had a much better advantage, as one of them was up in heaven holding on from the tower, and one of them was below, and they were holding a perfect cross angle, and they could have gotten a kill, but Kazuto wasn't able to pick up that trade kill, and it just all started going bad from there. And very nice rotation coming in from Derp as well, rotating all the way from spawn and going in their back, just making things harder for them. And in the end, despite having that man advantage, despite having those utilities, they were not able to do anything, and they lose out on the operator as well. Curve immediately taking a trade kill in mid here, and they have entered the site, and that's going to be a pretty early aggressive entry into the site. Now they have to play the retake game once again.
Immediately 4v4 situation. Influence getting caught off guard, but caught off guard, they will be completely decimated. A nice shot from Restless here, trying to get the resurrection off, bringing it back to a 5v or 4v3 situation. Kazuto getting caught off guard completely though by the opposing players playing Heaven. And Tripwire unable to find much. Can you be able to do this? This is the question. You need to be able to find this if you're non-negative, because you can't allow this to be brought back to a 4v4. But never mind, it's a 4K for Restless and a 4K to close out their 4th round, bringing it to a 4-4 situation. It's all 4s, and it's all going to be back into an equal situation.
Yeah, and that is something that you don't want to see happening right now. Kazuto is missing quite a bit of shots there for a few rounds now, but I guess that's just something that is going to be fixed over time. But this round looked like I feel like it's going back and forth at this rate. The rounds that are looking good for Barricade is going in the favor of not negative, and the rounds that are supposed to be going in the favor of not negative are going in the favor of Barricade at this point. So they're just losing the advantage way too early. Now going into the second round, Kerf is going to be able to find the first blood again into mid section here, trying to take control of the mid. This is an eco round from their side, so they're just, oh wait, never mind, this is not an eco round. Actually, this is their buy round with very bad economy, which means if they lose this round, which they are losing at this point, it's gonna be very, very bad for them. To a 4v2 situation, Cypher's derp coming in from a corner, but he already is revealed by influence. He's gonna be flashing himself, unfortunately, and immediately gonna going down. And now the round that was looking good again, like I said, for Barricade, is now looking really, really bad for them.
I was just about to say too, we just saw a 5v3 get transferred by non-negative, so a 5v2 I wouldn't be surprised. I was gonna say that as a joke, but instead non-negative just actually makes it happen, and you kind of have to wonder, this might need to be put the blame on to the Astra and Cypher, who sat on B despite having a massive engagement in mid. But instead, Narukami looking to make this back in your favor. Will they be able to do this? A 3K is going to be shut down, and non-negative taken off the board and taken to a 5th round by Barricade, and they're gonna look to potentially bring it to a 6th if they can take this next round and just be able to make this half their own.
Hey, a quick question to somebody who has been watching a lot of Abyss lately. What kind of map is Abyss? Is it a defender-sided map, or is it an attacker-sided map, competitive-wise? What does your numbers say from previous experiences?
Dude, don't ask me that. I hate this map with a passion. It's so dumb, because there's some teams that are absolutely insane at attacking, and it's just like, oh, you know, we got to execute. We're gonna cosmic divide. I definitely think Astra is a very attack-sided character, because the cosmic divide works so well on the B site, especially, and it's so good there. But like when you try and hit that A site, especially in like just like when there's a Cypher holding it, it can be so difficult to actually execute onto a site like that. But when you have that KO and that Sova, maybe it's going to be a little bit easier for them to be able to do that. But I personally think it's defense sided, but I know for a fact that that's probably wrong. We could actually check this out very easily, so I might just look at previous statistics here, and we will see.
Yeah.
Right there.
Well,
yeah, this has a 51% attack win rate, actually. Never mind. So I'm just wrong, but we're going to yeah, we're gonna take that statistic because, okay, so it's an attack-sided map, so realistically, non-negative are in a bad situation, but that's assuming that Barricade does have a good attack setup that they are going to be able to play to their own liking. But right now, you know, we see Barricade. They're going to have to play retake once more, looking to potentially have a flank here, walking right through the smoke, able to find the first, connecting that is really good. Barricade put in a 4v5 situation here. We'll see that spike getting planted down right about now. And Kazuto looking to find some more bullets, unable to connect. There's going to be that connection. Precise shot, really good there. Finding that headshot in a 4v3 situation is occurring. And now you have that Sova ult. Do you opt to use it? The answer is going to be no. And Clay on for a 4K potentially right now, only at 3. Barricade looking to save Restless, not trying to take this engagement in a 1v4 situation, wanting to save the Vandal instead.
After that timeout, it just looked much better play coming in from the side of non-negative. They just seemed more disciplined. They just seemed more objective focused instead of just randomly going here and there and dying to one-on-one battles, and that perfectly worked out in their favor, as we saw that there was nothing that Barricade do this time around to actually retake or defend the site. So it's something good. And as you were talking like about the attacker and defender side, yeah, now if you really look at the map, I think Cosmic Divide is literally the best spell on the game, the best utility you could ever use in this map. Because if you look at B, if you divide it towards your side, you have that one corner where you can plant the spike, and the enemy would never know about it.
I believe it was Team Heretics that played the B site really well, especially with the Astra during VCT Champs, when they were very proficient at just like completely dividing the site, making everything. But no, Speed Demon showing their demonic abilities once more. The Hunter's Fury comes out and absolutely dominates this battlefield in a 6 lead. I mean, we're at the final round of the half. It looks like, I mean, Barricade has finally gotten to the point where they are no longer messing around. The Bucky to the head, just absolutely just showing off at this point. I mean, I don't know if this is gonna be a close last round, but you kind of have to make it one if you are non-negative.
Yeah. And with the 1% extra win rate on the attacker side, I feel like going into the attacker side with that Astra just dropping out smokes everywhere, and then with that like, you know, with that bunch of utilities, like you said, Astra now having 5 stars, just getting buffed up. So it's gonna be huge fine. And okay, Influence starting off the round, gonna be able to get that first blood again. The thing that I mentioned previously, that they're losing 1v1 battles here, not negative, and those 1v1 battles are being very heavy on them later on. See, again, just dropping.
The problem with that first one was there were so many Astra stars and other utility that were just supporting it so well, which I really like from the side of Barricade. They're like really playing aggressive now, and they're really comboing to support it. But oh god, no, Restless, don't do it to. Oh, he won't do it to him. Okay. That was some really good intuition there, I gotta say, from non-negative, to be able to just back off as soon as the tides start to turn. But that intuition is not gonna stay in their favor with Influence. Fawn for a 4K. That 4K is really going to be sticking with non-negative after that, because 7-5 half, you know, not going to be the greatest. And if you can win this pistol, make it 9-5, non-negative is going to start hurting.
Yeah, definitely. And now let's see if non-negative can actually pull it up, because this pistol round is going to be really important for them, because they're already 2 rounds behind. They're 1 map behind in this total series. They're 2 rounds behind in this map 2 in particular, and they are 1% behind in the win rate. So nothing's working out in their favor as of yet. But this pistol round might change some of that, turn it into a positivity, as we're gonna see maybe a rush again. Same thing that that non-negative did when they were playing. But actually no, it's gonna be a mid to A instead of just straight A rush.
A 3-2 split will be incoming here. It looks like the Omen of non-negative looking to contest this aggression pushed in, using Paranoia, getting a bunch of people stuck in that, looking, you know, pretty good. But there is going to be the plant coming through here. Clay able to get the trade, however, for the plant. You know, it's not the worst situation in the world. Potentially a flank going to be coming in from non-negative, which is going to be looking really good. As we see, there is still 1 person on the lurk. He has been called out by the Jet, but that's not going to matter with Speed Demon existing alone. I mean, this is just such a absolute demon of a player.
Yeah, and
El
they know
Diablo,
about the flank.
some would say.
Can't use that yet.
Oh, this flank, I think it's been detected, but Narakumi getting taken off the
they
board.
know.
There's going to be 1 remaining, and that's... Oh, Stu, please don't tell me. Please don't tell me the 1v4 clutch comes through. Okay, it doesn't. Well, that's unfortunate.
That was close, but this is now really looking bad for non-negative. It was gonna be good if the 2 of the flanks were able to came through, but that one cipher trap that he left all the way through to the spawn that kind of hit the both of them, and they got the vision of both of them through there, and they got the information. This particular trap, this exact same trap that hit them and gave away the position of the two of the flank, and that just went downhill from there. And with that pistol round, they should be winning another round, making it 9-5, just having a massive advantage over non-negative here on the Abyss map here.
We've been seeing a lot of thrifties though throughout tonight, so I wouldn't be surprised if another one does come out here today. I mean, it wouldn't be likely, but I wouldn't say it is definitely a for sure thing just yet. Obviously, the Bulldog can really mow through enemies very swiftly, but we'll see whether or not that's actually going to be the case, especially with a lot of people playing aggressive down B main. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to find something, and the answer is going to be no, with Restless able to find a 2K right down there, forcing some players on the defensive side to diverge over towards B. Marshall in hand, able to find the first, taking offline the Guardian, and now Calais going to get taken offline by a judge, running right into him. Barricade looking to just stomp their way through non-negative in this next round.
Yeah, definitely. They're going for the spike plant, and there's nothing that they have to offer at this point from non-negative side to actually get anything out of it. They're just gonna potentially try to get some kills, go in and die, because they need the economy. They need the full economy that they can get from the round. So maybe they're gonna be able to find one kill, and that one kill is very important. They find Speed Demon, a good Tate coming in from Stew, and maybe he's gonna try and stop more people from getting out of the site, try to get those exit frag, but he's actually gonna go for a safe play. He does have a Vandal in front of him, but I don't think he's going to be picking it up. Suppress comes in, the knife will get the information onto Stew, as he's just going to stick out in the area, possibly going to go in and die.
Yeah, Stew dying to the bomb. Nobody on Barricade will be called out.
Don't think it, eh?
But, you know, it's not the worst situation in the world. Barricade, they definitely didn't have the round they would have liked to, with losing a couple people, but non-negative, they definitely had a decent showing there, able to buy up in this next round here. 2 White Shields will still be in play, and especially against 2, even 3 Bulldogs by the looks of it. Those two White Shields could definitely be a target of focus from Barricade if they do realize by the economy, even if not, you know, just generally, if somebody's at 25 shield, and you hit 140 shot with the Bulldog, you're going to be really enjoying that. Just being able to swiftly take care of them, not need to have a scrappy engagement whatsoever. And Barricade, you know, they're in the lead. They're already up a map. They can just kind of play calm. They don't need to go for risky plays. They can just kind of just play their own game, and non-negative has to play into it here.
Yep. And with that said, actually this round they're gonna be actually playing it quite a bit safe. They're playing it quite safe, not making the same mistakes as their opponents did on the attacker side, and they're gonna be slowly trying to check every single corner while they enter into the site, making sure that they don't lose any members even before the clash even began. A quick smoke coming in from the side of Omen will drop them out, and the KO utility as well there. The Hunter's Fury is going to be dropped out, I think. Aggressively trying to take an entry to the side, almost hitting Curve there, but Curve is going to be flashed out, not going to be able to find anybody here, but Influence is going to be able to take the trade kill, and Kazuto finding that one Bulldog headshot that you remembered, but he dropped down the gun, actually picked up by his teammate, gripped by his own teammate there.
Influence able to equalize the scoreline. 2v2 situation, but the HP is not in their favor, and that's going to be shown right about here with Stu able to find this opening pick here. Restless getting called out in the dash through. That's a nice tailwind play right there, in Barricade getting taken offline for just 1 round. But that's, you know, it's just how Valorant works. The bonus round gets converted, non-negative, able to make it their own. But the question is, do you allow a second to go in their favor? Because Barricade, you know, their economy is going to be in that equal footing at this point, most likely. Not a great amount of money from Maki or Narkume, but at the same time, Restless is in the same boat of you have a Guardian, but no other shields or anything like that, and your money is at literally 0. So I mean,
Yeah.
they do have some tripwires that they're going to be putting through both mid and B site. We'll see whether or not those are going to be enough to really slow the attacking side down, be able to slow their momentum that they've gathered throughout the end of the last half and into the next.
It is going to be a very, very tough thing to know, because this round actually depends a lot, because both of the teams are economically at their end, like at their very, very end. So whoever wins this round is actually going to be securing not 2 but potentially 3 next rounds. That is going to be my prediction, but it's not something that's going to be very easy. Mid here, oh, flashed on Stu, took the peek on the wrong time. I think he got flashed by his own team there, no?
I do believe so, especially since it's not like the Jet can give a flash, but Stu taken offline in general is just such a detrimental situation for non-negative, since this is a player who has been the MVP in so many situations, but Restless is able to really make this Guardian work and be able to take this Neural Theft, put it online here, and honestly, I think Mackie trying to get this is going to be really nice, but instead is going to be traded out immediately. Now it's all up to one remaining player to get any type of value here. In a 1v3 scenario, no flash remaining, putting down the smoke, not dropping the TP just yet, but there is going to be the teleport going up right onto the high ground once more, but instantly called out and brought Barricade to a double-digit scoreline, taking non-negative and putting them in a little bit of a detrimental spot here, since as we saw in the previous Haven, when we saw the 10-7, I believe it was, we were thinking, you know, it could happen, we could see that comeback, and it did, but instead now it's 10-6. We'll see if it's the exact same thing. But Barricade, they've been doing some strong work this night, and we'll see if they can continue it and bring 2-2-0s to our viewership.
Yeah, definitely. And from the previous round, I think Clay wanted to dash backwards because he was in a corner, but he kind of dashed forward instead and went on in front of like 3 enemies and ended up dying there. That was a kind of a oopsie moment there, but a quick hiding position from Nurukami here. They are on a half buy, not even a half buy. They're on a like an economical situation here, so it's gonna be another free round coming in from in the favor of Barricade there. And Clay once again dashing backwards, gonna be able to connect 1 shot. And only 6 bullets remaining. Kazuto will not find Derp here. Derp gets the kill. Gonna be picking up that Vandal immediately after. Things are looking kind of good for them at this point, but only Classic available on Stu. But he does have the 100 Fury available if Derp is able to find a kill out there, but he's not gonna be able to find that kill. He's gonna be able to right-click down Influence over there though. So doing some economical damage as much as he can before he goes out is going to be heavily in favor of them. He's gonna pick up a Vandal.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah,
doesn't find anything.
Stu, I thought there might have been an exit frag there, but there was nothing to be found, and instead Barricade up on their 11th round, non-negative up to 6, and it really seems like Barricade, they're putting the eco in the dumps, shoving it down non-negative's throats. They do have 4 ultimates in their economy here, which really could be, they need to drop it here. Actually, wait. If you don't, actually, that could be really bad. And even if you do, with the Astra ult available, actually, you probably do want to save it. I'd say you save it, and then you let non-negative, like, get a little bit scared that you're going to take 12, and then even if you don't take this next one, you allow 11-7, you can just drop it in that next round. You'll be happy, because if you do allow a retake, when there's KO ult, Sova ult, Omen ult, everything that's really going to deal so much damage. Actually, that could be bad because they didn't break that tripline. I think they did, or I think they did, but there it is going to be broken. Barricade, they're going to drop that Astra ult. Cosmic Divide does come out. We'll see if non-negative is able to really find something off of this with everything that they have, but so many people just funneling over towards the A main, or B main, sorry. We'll see if this is going to be good enough. Honestly, I don't like this play from the KO. I think you probably should have gone for a flank type play, since now you're all going to be in one short area.
They're all outside the area. I'm not sure how they're gonna defend the spike here, because it's constantly getting trying to defuse, but they're not able to do much here as there's too much damage coming in. Only 1 person available, and this retake, which seemed quite impossible from the side of the defenders, is actually made possible because in those 1v1 gunfights, it's actually going in the favor of non-negative. I thought like, okay, They planted the spike. They had all members left. It was a 5v5 retake and a 5v5 spike after plant situation. It was supposed to be better. It was supposed to be good for the side of Barricade. But I don't know. Barricade just seemed way out of the sight.
Yeah, I've never loved the idea of having all 5 of your players in main when you're trying to play post plant. I think you should at least have one person going like around, and they could have done that because as we saw, the KO was on the rope connecting the B main to mid, and you could have just gone through, and you could have done it very fast. Because even if you're sprinting, the footsteps don't even start to really be heard until a little bit later. So you could have just gone all the way through, start walking once you get really to Link, and then you'd be absolutely fine to just try and like pick off one player there. But immediately Hunter's Fury comes out. It's way too high up. There's Curve with a very interesting play there from Derp. Reminds me a lot of a he's right behind me, isn't he type spectacle, but instead it's going to be Barricade. Just, you know, they're in the lead. They're going to be traded out though with Clay instantly pushing through the smoke, able to find a second. A little bit of lag there, I believe. But instead, Clay is going to just go really far and fast. Potentially a little bit of an overheat in play, but no, it is not. It's just going to be damage after damage.
They do have
Speed
Hunter's
Demon,
Fury.
the last one alive to really be able to get some kills.
No.
Oh, never mind. They're going to kill everyone.
They did have the Hunter's Fury, but it wasn't used to defend the spike. I believe it's because that Speed Demon was getting pressured all the way back in main. And that was a very widespread defense. Yeah, if he used that, he'd be dead. So I guess he decided to stay alive and use the Hunter's Fury for another day. But it was a really good round for the attackers. But all of a sudden, everything just went bad. It was because of that one play from Clay. He just went in with that Blaze Storm, just finding those 2 double headshots and just changing everything around. I don't know why the lag was there. I think it was the lag from KO's part or my part. I'm not sure, but it is what it is, right?
Honestly, I think that was just like cheating, obviously. I mean, that was just phenomenal gameplay, you know. There's no way. And Barricade, they're just in such a rough situation to really like do much now that their economy isn't in the place that it would want to be. While like, I mean, we've seen so many rounds in a row now. It was 11-6, now it's 11-8. Coming into this next round, I mean, Kerf is going to be on the Blade Storm. We'll see if they can do the same thing that we saw from the previous Jet in Clay with a phenomenal double headshot on their Blade Storm. But Barricade, I mean, this is probably the best Blade Storm we've seen all night, mostly because we haven't seen many. But non-negative. They're playing very defensively, not going for any aggressive pushes, and it's the same thing with Barricade. They only have around 45 seconds remaining on the clock, which is not nearly enough time to really keep playing the slow-paced game that they would like to do, especially now that the Owl Drone gets instantly destroyed. There's going to be some stars moving up, going to give the concuss over. Arakami going to have a pretty difficult situation to really go for it. Popping through the smoke, however, there's going to be the trades coming in. Speed Demon able to find 2 on the round, getting traded out though. Stu, there's going to be the Neural Theft online as well. Barricade, they only have 20 seconds remaining. They need to put it down at some point. Stu rotating over towards CT. There's going to be the Jet walking through spawn, playing aggressive here, not waiting for their teammate. Going to be the correct play here since Kerf in on the rope, not having a great situation whatsoever. Restless going to drop down, heard by their opponent, and that's the round. It non-negative, doing the impossible, making an 11-6 scoreline go completely in their favor.
Again, we're seeing something similar, but quite the opposite. It was a 9-11 even in the previous game. It is going to be the same, but 11 being in the favor of Barricade instead of Barricade being the one with the underscore being under like 2 rounds behind with 9 score. But this time around, it looks like a comeback is happening from the side of not negative. They're not done out of the competition yet. They're not gonna give up that easily as they're putting out a good fight. And in the previous round, they looked really strong. I mean, every single round, yeah, sure, Barricade are pulling some insane level plays, but every time somehow not negative are able to find an answer and just recover from anything that Barricade is putting on their way. And maybe we're gonna see something similar as the comeback is on the way. They don't have a full buy. They only have 3 white shields and 2 half shields with 1 outlaw onto Curve, and they're on the attacker side. And outlaw, I'm not sure how good it's gonna be on the attacker side, but I guess we're gonna find it out real soon.
Both sides dropping in their owl drones, trying to make an aggressive play happen.
They
Barricade.
got all the information.
Ooh, barricade, barricade, barricade. This is where they need to be able to do this if they want to be able to take match point. If not, you're allowing double digits. You're allowing one more round until the scoreline gets even, but non-negative. The question really does remain, can they do it? Can they pull through without the pressure getting to them here? And that's going to show it right there. Clay instantly finding Restless without skipping a beat, instantly dominating the battlefield, looking to find more. Unfortunately, the next shot will not connect for them. And Barricade is going to be in a difficult scoreline to really do much with here. They don't have players really to just throw away. And that shows, that really does show here. Clay going to try and go for even more aggression, and there's not much utility to stop it. And the wallbang shot's going to be exactly what you need. Influence going to be able to find one, finding a second. This is winnable. They're going to be able to get the spike down with just enough time. 0.8 seconds remaining, but Influence,
only 2 bullets.
30 HP, needs to do everything possible here. And there's 2 people pinching him. Will they be able to find this?
Oh,
there's
no,
the
that's long
flash, and there's going to be the kill, with Stu bringing double digits and non-negative, looking to bring this to a map number 3.
Yeah, it was Stu. Stu was absolutely insane. He's been popping off really, really well in the previous 3 rounds. He's been getting 3 kills, 4 kills, 2 kills, and getting those clutch kills in the end to secure this round. They're going to be able to secure the operator as well, which will go to the jet again, and perhaps they're going to be able to find more. And a timeout is going to be called out by Speed Demon on for the side of Barricade. A very much needed timeout. Guys, we were doing so good. We were winning so many rounds, and we just suddenly started losing 4 rounds in a row. What we're doing wrong? They need to get their comms right, and they don't have enough money to buy this round, which means they're gonna have to give away another round, which will potentially bring out to an equalizer, unless they want to force a buy on this round, which means not everybody will have a gun, not everybody will have a full utility, not everybody will have a shield. Do they take the risk, or do they let the enemy get into the equal foot and then they take it from there? Now it's going to be a very major decision coming in from the side of Barricade, as they are just forced to make these decisions right now in this game, which were looking really, really good for them, now looks really, really bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, the timeout, I think it kind of needed to be taken earlier. They've lost 4 rounds in a row, non-negative. They're looking really sharp. They're looking really clean. They're looking to bring Ascent our way. But Barricade, I mean, they have some ults on the board, but they can't really use these in a setting where they just keep getting destroyed, and the operator alone is just kind of doing the exact same thing that we saw Barricade doing to teams in previous maps. But I mean, I don't know, like, Barricade, how do you come back here? Like, this is really the question we got to be asking.
Well, they went on with a full buy. It looks like they're putting a gamble onto this last round, saying, hey guys, we won 1 map. Even if we lose this, we still have Ascent to go with, which is going to be a very fast-paced map, a very small map. So let's just pour it all in. Let's just make sure it happens on this round, or it doesn't happen at all. Or perhaps we're going to be fighting for overtime later on. Hunter's Fury is going to be popped up by Stu. He's going to be able to connect 1 single shot onto 2 players. He's going to be able to find Curve, actually. This is huge. And Curve is one of the persons who had a full buy on this round. Influencer will find a trade kill immediately onto Drip here, but it doesn't really matter. Your duelist is already gone. Who's gonna take an entry into the side? Maybe Influence. If he finds another kill onto here, it's gonna be huge, but he's not actually gonna go for it. He's actually gonna go to the other side. He actually finds another one. Influence is just making way too many things happen. He actually detects the Sova on the other side. There is a smoke that's blocking his path, and now it's a 4v3 situation. Suddenly, things are looking better for Barricade here, but Sova comes out. He's gonna be, again, the same person, Stu. Oh my god, he's just doing so much at this point. It's just getting better and better. Stu just making it happen for the side of not negative here. Now he just needs to find 2 more. Mackie is going to be able to find 1. It's all down to the last person. He's restless. He is going to become restless right now against 1v3 situation. He doesn't have the spike with him. He doesn't have the time with him. And he's actually going to give it out. He's just going to save his shield and the Vandal that he has. And what a round coming in from the side of not negative here.
A Barricade, what has happened? How far have you fallen? And non-negative coming back, throwing themselves into the pit of danger despite losing 2 players to influence. It was just a dominant round towards the end there, and it's been 4 that were run by retakes, and now it's 1 that was just 1 off of the time bank. And Clay on an op, the economy's looking good. No one really is looking to be struggling on this team. And Barricade, they just don't have much to really show for the previous round wins. This was a 5-9 half. They had a 4-round advantage over the side of non-negative, and that has
Ooh, that's a
completely
nice play.
diminished. Stu, however, completely shown and the door and has been forced to open it and walk right on through. And now Barricade, looking to potentially take this round. They want to get this Phantom. They want to be able to pick up some higher weaponry. But the question is, will they be able to use this and get any further ability in this round? And a massive shot. Kerf throwing themselves out there. There's going to be 1. There's going to be 2. Derp really showing the door. And now the Speed Demon himself is putting down the spike, looking to take more Restless, looking to take a Restless angle. That angle is not going to find much, just going to give them a way out, putting the Neural Theft in play here, taking the Flash as well, taking a little bit of damage, but it's just going to be enough to really tag them, not give much. Kazuto taking the lead back in the favor of Barricade in this round, a 3v2 situation. Hunter's Fury's in play. It's been available for so long, and they haven't used it at all. Restless dropping their own body into the fray and using it to find the kill. Right now, though, non-negative.
Yeah, I don't think
There's
they
so
have
much
town.
of a hill to climb.
No time.
And that, oh, yep. And that's just going to be finally Barricade taking a round with 2 players remaining. Non-negative, they had such a good run here, but it's going to be back in a scoreline where they need to win this next. 2 maps, 2 overtimes in potential, but Barricade, will they allow that? They're on match point. They're also on the round that would potentially bring it to an even scarier scoreline for both teams.
Yeah, that is potential. There's a not all full buy coming in from the side of, even though their economy was looking really good, but for some players, the economy is really bad. We have 1 Bulldog onto Derp and 1 Guardian onto Nurukami. I guess he did have money to buy the Vandal, but he chose to go with the Guardian, or maybe he was lacking 100 creds. I'm not sure, but yeah, the guns are not looking really good. But on the attacker side, they have everything, and they had used the divider, and it's actually gonna be a fake divider, as they are actually trying to go inside the A site instead of going inside the B site. So it's going to be a decoy. Derp actually finds 1. Kerf is going to be taken out immediately. And now maybe we're going to be going into the overtime that you were hoping for. Derp is going to be able to find another 1. Double kill for him. Derp making some things happen. Speed Demon is going to be able to find a trade kill onto there, and the Influencer finds a kill onto Stu. The Clutch Man is gone, and now it's going to be really hard for them to do anything. They haven't gotten the spike drop yet, and now this flank from Mackie is all the way back here. So if Clay wants to take a fight, he cannot, because his teammate is just way too far behind. And now they know where he is. The flank is no longer going to be that viable, as both of them are on exactly the same position. And I like this play coming in from the side of Barricade. They are entering the site. Influence is going to be finding 1. Influence finds another 1. And Influence dropping down his Influence at this second map, as they take it home. They take it way better. All 2 series, we can say it has been barricaded by Barricades.
A 4K to close out the round, showing off dominance from Influence, influencing the game, influencing the storyline of the Luxe series. And honestly, it was dominance all the way. First map was close, second map was close, but in the end, it is just going to be Influence throwing themselves into the round and throwing themselves into their second match win of the night. You got to be happy with that if you are this roster. They had a absolutely dominant performance, showing off everything you could possibly ask for. Barricade, the definite MVP of the night if you just went off of teams. And if you went off of players, I think you gotta put Speed Demon up there along with Influence as those MVPs with such dominant performances from both of them. And you just look at everyone on this team. Everyone played phenomenally.
Yeah.
Restless as well did a great job getting frags, playing the lurk. And then you look over at the side of non-negative. Honestly, you take anybody from that team, it's got to be Stu. Stu had such a good performance.
Yeah, Stu had such a great performance. Stu is the only person who actually made the game so close in the previous round when the team needed him the most. He actually popped off really well. And you know, my favorite player of this entire four maps that we watch, I gotta give it out. You gotta give it out to Influence. This man has been absolutely phenomenal with his supports. He played an absolutely amazing KO. He showed us a lot of agents. He showed us Gecko. He showed us KO. He showed us amazing plays on other Flash heroes as well, agents as well, and he's been just doing so much, so much. And I believe he played a Deadlock too in one game. No, I think he played
I believe
Breach.
that there was a Deadlock, but I don't think that was Influence.
Oh, never
I think
mind. It wasn't
that
Influence.
was because yeah, it was Speed Demon on the chamber, and then oh, maybe it was Influence. Or was it Restless? It was probably Restless, actually.
He was absolutely dominant. He was absolutely amazing
Yeah.
with the supports he played. Actually, I got the score line. He played Gecko, he played KO, and he played 2 breaches. On those breach games,
Wow.
he did so good with those breaches. Like, you know, the
Oh, yeah,
flashes,
22
the
assists.
utilities. Yeah, hear me out. The score: 23 assists and 8 kills, 5 deaths, 23 assists on the first game on Haven. And on Sunset with the Gecko, he has 16 kills, 20 deaths, and 7 assists. And on the Haven again, against non-negative, he has 14 assists, 10 kills. And then on Abyss, absolutely phenomenal, getting the MVP, 24 kills, 15 deaths, and 12 assists. He's been popping
Wow.
off. He has influenced over 36 kills in this game alone.
Yeah, I mean, a phenomenal showing from everyone on Barricade. Sorry, I am unable to speak apparently. That's how dominant their performance was in the matches that they had today. But ladies and gentlemen, that's been it from us tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you, Zane, for producing, casting, observing, recording scores. What else? Everything you could imagine. It was him. You know who did the whole who made this graphic? It was probably him. You know who got me into the OBS Ninja to see my face? It was him.
Yeah, but you know, I wouldn't be able to do all of these things without the players, of course. So thank you very much for the players, and thank you very much, Sherry J, and thank you Lux Series for hosting such an amazing event. You were watching the Lux Series Proving Ground and barricading themselves a 2-0 victory in both of the series today. We're gonna be back tomorrow 4 p.m. EST with more games potentially. And I'm going to be here to see some more amazing games. Hopefully, we're going to see more Barricade actions tomorrow as well. Anything else you want to say, Cherry, before we head out and end the stream for the day?
Final thing, just follow Zane on Twitter. You get to see more of his beautiful face. And yeah, that's it from us. Thank you so much for watching. And make sure to stay tuned later on.
Yep. Thank you very much, guys. And we're going off.